Good afternoon. It's Sunday, July 13th, 2025, 1 p.m. here, Central Standard Time in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me today for a playthrough of Masters of Crime Rapture. But before we get started, let's check in with the chat. I can see we've got the ladies representing today. The ladies of Co-op for Two, Debbie, Anna, Mystified, Delia, Teresa, and a couple of others have also snuck in today. Rob and Lawrence from the Deduction Club and Amato Rose. All right, let's do a little bit of catching up. You guys can tell me about any projects you've been working on. Last night I played, yesterday afternoon, I played Detective Modern Crime Board Game Season 1, Case 2. Not bad, but fairly primitive version of detective. Simple use of cards, but not bad. We've got one more case to play in that, which I'll try to sneak in the coming days. And the reason today, this would be our normal play-by-mail slot on Sunday afternoons, but I'm going to be away on the final weekend of July, and that would sort of interfere with the flow of our play-by-mail 4-part sessions. So I thought what we'd do instead is take a break from play-by-mail, but have maybe longer Sunday sessions for the next 3 Sundays, and then we'll skip one. So we can decide what we want to play for next Sunday. If you do want to help decide on the schedule, on the queue of games to play, there is a Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. You can find a link in the YouTube page. I'm open to hearing suggestions. All right, now Rapture from the Masters of Crime series. There are 4 games currently out in English for the Masters of Crime series, and this is the final one of those 4 that we haven't yet played. We played Vendetta, we played Shadows, and we played Incognito. And they're fairly similar, except for Shadows, which was probably my favorite, which was quite a bit different. The last one we played, Incognito, was probably my least favorite, but it wasn't bad. And I have mentioned another YouTube channel that you might want to check out called Detective Dribble, and he has reviewed all of the Masters of Crime series. I've reviewed at least 2 of them, spoiler-free reviews of it. All 3. I have recorded separate small short reviews for each of the 3 Masters of Crime games that we've played. but on the Detective Dribble YouTube channel, he goes into detail about which one he prefers for different reasons and which he would recommend for different reasons depending on your interests. So if you're looking to just get your foot in the water of Masters of Crime, you might want to check out that video. Debbie says her spot on the co-op for 2 viewer map is wrong. Marlene has turned up along with Jamie. I didn't realize Jamie was a female as well. That means we have absolutely a preponderance. The majority of the people joining me today are women, girls, ladies, however you prefer to be referred to. We've got some very, I've talked about this before. I'm fascinated by the demographics of gamers who are interested in narrative mystery games, but I think maybe I shouldn't be talking about this, but for those who might have some, what am I trying to say? It's not just that we've got ladies here playing these games. The top detectives on this channel, the serious players of this genre tend to be women. I feel like it's a fascinating thing, but it's doing short shrift. Just say that there are women here participating in this game like anyone else. Some of our really top detectives and more serious people, more serious about these games. Some of the people, in fact, really, to be honest, all of the top people that I talk to in the Discord here that are really focused like a laser on this genre of mystery narrative games and are so involved in it, they are all women. Take that for what you will. All right, so Rapture, are we going to love it? Is it going to be, where is it going to rank? I'm not sure, but I am curious to see. It doesn't have to be good. The entire series is consistently good, though. Even the last one we played, Incognito, which wasn't the best, was still good. This is a good formula. Now, what is the formula? It's a small card-based mystery game, but it has a unique sort of angle to it. I'm not sure you'd say any unique mechanics. It falls into the class of games where you don't get to see every card. So the majority of your decisions has to do with which subset of cards you see. And what game? We recently played Backstories, which is much more of a choose-your-own-adventure game, but one of the reasons that the Backstory system works is because you're constantly forced to make choices, and you won't see some cards and you will see others, and some of them have the flavor of you feel like there's no good way to make a decision. You're just going to make a decision and see what happens. But both Backstory series and the Masters of Crime series utilizes that mechanic, but sort of teases you with the idea that you may be able to make the right decision. And sometimes you can use some information to try to move the odds a little bit in your favor. So I guess we'll just open it up and start going. I hope my comments about the demographics of the channel doesn't upset people. People tend to be a little on alert or high-strung about talking about that stuff. I don't know if anyone here falls into that category, but We're just going to do it and not worry about it. All right, let's take a look at what we've got here from Rapture. So all the familiar stuff. White sandy beaches, the gentle sound of waves, and a thriving drug trade. This is what the Isle of Barbados is known for. Not to mention that it's the home of international superstar Diana. But for you, the Caribbean paradise could soon become a total nightmare. The secret drug ring that you built on the island is threatened to be blown open by a very public scandal. While on the island, Diana has disappeared without a trace. In order to solve the mystery of her disappearance, people and places must be investigated, evidence collected, and puzzles solved. Can you find out what happened to her before the police arrive and start digging in where they shouldn't? Okay, so I should have finished up my discussion about what's different about Masters of Crime by reminding us that Masters of Crime has us playing the bad guy more or less. In the last scenario, we were sort of good guys going undercover. Here we are clearly bad guys. It sounds like we run a secret drug ring, but we're going to have to do an investigation in order to solve it before the police come into it. The other little mechanic, the other little element of Masters of Crime is there's a little bit of a cold case thing where puzzles come out or piece documents come out that occasionally get used for cold case stuff. Occasionally they're pure puzzles. And there is an internet component. It's fairly minor. You don't spend much time on the internet, mainly just going there to answer puzzles. No difficulty rating in any of the Masters of Crime games, but we found them all in the same range, right? Basically medium. And there are two more Masters of Crime games that are coming out. These aren't originally written in English. There's Mosquito and Hollywood are due out soon. They all come with, there's the documents that we'll have access to. This feels like a larger set than normal. There's this little timeline and place for taking notes, which is useless. We don't use it, except that on the timeline, we occasionally get information that is not provided elsewhere in the game, which is weird. But I guess we see when our investigation begins. Otherwise, we can just get rid of that. And there is a detective board, which some people might like. We tend to use it. They want you to mark it up with your score as you go, but we just use stickers for that. It doesn't really fit on our table. So, but we'll just get it out and use it as a rough guide. In general, the way the whole game works is you go to a place, all the locations get put around the board, and you make a binary decision at each place about what to do, which gives you access to half the cards in that stack. So you're constantly making these binary choices that affect what subset of cards you read. Interestingly, yesterday when we played Detective Modern Crime Season 1, a very similar mechanic of deciding which subset of cards you're going to read, but a different implementation. Here, we sort of go to each location and make the decision right there. In Detective, each card had additional leads you could follow up on. Sure, I have a real preference of one over the other. This one feels a little more simplistic. Mechanically, it's easier to see what to do and feels a little more arbitrary, but it does give the designers a little more control over the experience, which I am a fan of. All right, let's check in before we start one last time. YouTube says 25 viewers. I guess normally when I do these streams at 1 a.m., We don't quite get 25 viewers. Delia says, I started playing the Dark Quarter recently. It's pretty good. Well, that's interesting you should mention that. I talked about the Dark Quarter several times during my tabletop news segments. And in fact, I did end up purchasing the Dark Quarter off Game Steward, which is a third-party post-Kickstarter stuff. But I got cold feet. I've been reading some of the reviews. They were pretty bad. It was long delayed. Game Steward, which is this company that just specializes in selling aftermarket Kickstarters, they were delayed. They didn't have the game for like a month after they should. And eventually I just canceled it. I got cold feet because I got concerned that there are parts of it that look good, but there's some reviews about the app and the nature of the game that I got concerned about. But I may pick it up in retail. There's a retail release of it as well, which is more reasonably priced. Debbie says, the 1 p.m. streams are good for European viewers as it's evening for us. Well, in general, I like to be asleep during the day, but I do make an exception for the Sunday streams. I like to mix it up a little. All right, let us get started here. Don't look at anything in the box yet. Don't break any of the seals. Instead, follow the game instructions, which start on the back of this card. When you're ready to start playing, turn this card over and read the instructions. Rapture is a story-based game in which you're solving a murder mystery. To find the culprit, you'll need to complete puzzles, make decisions, follow leads. You'll need something to write with, the game materials in this box, and access to the internet. As you progress through the game, you'll come across new locations, people, and clues. Carefully study the illustrations on the fronts of the cards you draw. The images of the locations and characters could reveal some key information, usually not. If you're playing solo, you'll obviously be able to make your own decisions. If you're playing with others, you'll need to discuss your options and agree on the best way forward. All your decisions should be made together because you're working as a team. Rapture is not about closing the case as fast as possible, but achieving the best outcome. Take all the time you need. Only when the final card is left in the stack, you can solve the case and bring the perpetrator to justice. Go to Masters of Crime Rapture and select Solve the Case. If you're stuck, you're not sure how to move forward, you can also find some help on this website. You'll keep coming back to this website again and again as you gradually solve the case. It's where you enter the codes and puzzle solutions you need to unlock new information and leads. Draw a card to and continue. It's a very smooth system. Cosmos knows what they're doing, but in general, this is a very smooth, polished system. I don't think we've encountered any problems with any of the Masters of Crime games. There's a question about the any buffering in the stream. It looks good on my side. This does remind me of something I've been wanting to mention on the channel, and I think I'm going to have to do it. I'll try to mention it a couple more times, especially for some of the late night streams where there's only 1 or 2 people joining. When I play cooperative board games, when I play these games on the channel, I can sometimes be a little pushy about making a decision, and then I'll say, what does everyone want to do? And then I'll just do what I want to do. And in general, with cooperative games, I think sometimes if I'm assertive about what I want to do, depending on who you're playing with, someone might defer to you or say, well, I'd like to do this. And I might say, no, I think we should do this. But for me, if it matters to someone and they say it matters, I am more than happy to do something completely against what I want, what I think is the right thing to do. And so for me, it's sort of like a golden rule. If something matters to you, you should say it clearly. Hey, this really matters to me. I really want us to do this. It's harder to do when there are 20 people in the channel who might have different opinions. But in general, if you in the chat, in the audience, has something that's important to you that we do, and you should feel free to occasionally say, okay, I'm going to use this card. I'm going to say this is important. You should say so, because it's like a switch. If someone says, hey, something's important to me, I want us to do this, then I'm willing to do it, even if it might not be what I would do. But if you don't say that, if you just say, hey, I'd like to do this, then I'm more inclined to just take it as an idea and go with my thoughts. All right. Let's go to the next card. Ultimately, your main goal is to solve the case, hold the perpetrator accountable. Along the way, there will also be plenty of other opportunities for you to show off your brilliant investigative skills. Your decisions during the game will not only affect how the game unfolds, but also determine your score at the end. Set out the detective board, the large folded sheet. You can use this board for your notes about people in the game and to work out where you are. The locations, you can use the notes sheet, the smaller sheet, which is here, which we will not be using to write down notes, keep track of codes, make a timeline, etc. There is a strip of stars across the top of the detective board. At various points in the game, you'll be given a particular number of stars when you make an especially good decision. When you receive stars, color in the appropriate number of stars on the detective board, and you know that I used removable stickers so that this can be passed along. The number of stars you color in will determine your score at the end of the game. Some cards require you to explore new locations. When that happens, take all the cards with that name, i.e. location A, the beach bar, place them in a stack. You put them where they belong, but it doesn't matter. Once you've placed the location's card, you may visit and revisit that location at any time. For each new location, first look at both sides of the top card only on that location and read it out loud. At each location, you will need to make a decision and then draw the corresponding cards. Following the instructions on the cards will advance you through the game. Make sure you study all the images and read the text on the back side of every available card before reaching your decision. Once you make your decision, however, that choice is final. Pay attention to the symbols at the bottom of the cards, which tell you which cards you need to discard, which cards to draw. Return discarded cards to the box. Some cards have specific cards you're drawing. Certain times you'll be getting the symbol that tells you to draw one of the envelopes and open it up. That will contain information or a puzzle you need to solve. You might not take all the envelopes because your choices will determine which piece of evidence you find. Don't worry, you will always have enough information to solve the case. This little rule here, we keep occasionally getting into trouble with it. I really wish they would clarify that, and shame on me for not sort of searching for an FAQ more. But occasionally we'll visit a place, read about a choice, and then want to not make that choice yet. That's really not 100% clear whether you're forced to make a choice once you walk into a location. All right, this is a little bit of symbols. When you get that, that means you put a code into the website. It does remind you that the website will give you a sort of hint about what the format of the code is, which can be useful. Very occasionally, and usually to poor effect, there'll be this globe symbol, which means you can do random searching on the internet. We've had cases where we've had to do some Google Maps searching, and it's almost always unpleasant. Then it's saying, here's a phone. Sometimes we'll get a phone number, and rather than have to make an actual phone call, you can access the phone, pretend to make a phone call from the website, which I wish all games would do. There's no reason anyone should be having to call real phone numbers. Just pretend it's a phone number and have the website simulate the phone call. All right, so you turn this card over, and here's just a reminder of the symbols, which we should be used to by now: drawing cards, discarding cards, envelope, phone, internet, codes, etc. Okay, we'll just put this out, but I don't think we should need it. And here's another reference guide, which again, we don't need. It's just a reminder. Just follow the instructions from top to bottom. Very clear. We recommend you take a break after 2 hours. Now, in the past, I believe Vendetta and Shadows took us 2 sessions because it took longer than 6 or 7 hours. And that may be the case for today. If it looks like we're not going to finish this case in 6 hours, we will break and we'll probably continue tomorrow. But it may be that we can finish it in 1 session. I believe Incognito we did finish in 1 session. All right, take notes, keep track of codes, go to the website for hints, etc. Now it says take the finale cards 5 through 8, put them away. Okay, so finale cards and final scoring. Okay, so those we will read at the very end and make some choices. One of my favorite elements that I think is done really well in the Masters of Crime series, really exceptionally well, is the epilogue. There's an epilogue where you get to make choices of how to handle certain characters, and it's kind of fun. All right, and then this gets flipped with your symbols. There is a space for these symbol reference cards to go, but they just take up space. We do not need them. And then begin the game by reading card 9, which is the prologue. Okay. Anything else before we get started? Mad Goat is the name of a local coffee roaster in a nearby town that I really like. Today I'm drinking some of their Colombian coffee. This is a washed double fermented coffee, which I don't understand. I thought all the fermented coffees were unwashed, natural roasting. So there's different, I guess it's not the roasting, it's how they're harvested. You can get washed coffee, you can get natural coffee, different ways of preparation. The natural tends to be more sort of fermented tasting. The washed is much cleaner. I tend to like the medium light roast washed coffees. This one is washed but fermented. I don't really understand that. It feels like it's somewhere in between a natural and a washed coffee. It's not my favorite of the coffees they make, but it's brand new from them. All right. Here we go. I'm just going to turn on the air conditioning here low. November 3rd, 2021. It's still early on the Isle of Cubados, an island in the middle of the Caribbean Sea. Today, you're taking a break from the plantations, disgruntled coca farmers, and the challenges of keeping the people in your cartel in check. Cubados is actually the perfect island for someone like you. There aren't many cops. Those that do work here are happy to look the other way if you slip them a few bills. You and your work are valued by the island's authorities because it brings money into the island. A large part of Cubados' working class is employed either on your plantations or in your kitchens, from which white gold flows into the streets across the globe. But on today of all days, your day off, you hear something that disrupts your peace. You're sitting quietly in your favorite beach bar when you hear the voice of Larry Winder coming from a table nearby. The drunken chief of the Cubadan police force, who, of course, you have in your pocket, loudly announces, "And then Perez said to me, I should go find her because she didn't show for an important meeting with the government, but I'm sure she'll turn up eventually. I mean, how old is Diana anyway? 27? She's old enough to take care of herself. That isn't good news. If this really is about the Diana, you're going to need to make sure she turns up again. Otherwise, the island will be swarming with mainland cops, righteous snoops that aren't as amenable to a little bribe as their colleagues on Cubados. Okay, location A, cards 10 through 13 face down, and then card 10. All right, so we've got location A, which looks like this. Let's get rid of this. So here's location A. Remember, we're allowed to study the top of this card. Most of the other cards in a location won't have anything on them, but what's here could inform the decision that we're going to make when we flip this card. But for now, it just wants us to put it on the board somewhere. And then card 10, which it's talking about, is actually the top card of this deck. So let's take a look at it. I mean, it looks like we've got a goat on the beach. I don't think there's anything here that's going to help us make an informed decision, but let's see what it says. You lean in toward Larry, trying to come across as laid back. So, are you talking about the Diana? Is that who you're looking for? Larry flinches slightly, appearing surprised to see you. He forces an apologetic smile. Sorry, didn't see you there, boss. Yeah, we're talking about our little superstar. Perez had some sort of important meeting scheduled with her in the government palazzo. But Diana hasn't been seen since yesterday evening. At least that's what the champagne sippers on the yacht said. Like I said, she'll turn up again soon. You didn't know that the island's biggest pop star was back after so long in the U.S. You briefly wonder how this slipped under your radar, but you quickly shake that thought from your mind. Listen, Larry, leave the search to me, and quit shouting about her being missing. Neither of us wants that getting around, do we? Larry nods that he understands. You need to find the pop star as fast as you can without arousing too much suspicion. If someone on the mainland gets wind of this, the cops will be here within hours. Keeping his trap shut so he doesn't have to do any extra work should come naturally to Larry. Still, you can't risk his big mouth damaging your business. He might get it into his head later on to call the mainland police himself. Okay, so here's Larry, I guess, that we're talking to, blabbing about this. And now we've got a choice. We can drug him to sedate him. We can take his wallet and badge, or we can leave him in peace and start your own investigation. It's an odd decision here. So he's a drunken local cop, is that right? Drug him so he keeps quiet. We're selling cocaine, not narcotics. I don't know that this doesn't seem like the right thing to do. Try to take his wallet and badge. I don't know about that either. Yeah, I don't feel good about either of those two choices. I'm not against taking some action against someone. I just don't feel like it's a big, heavy guy, too. I don't see how I don't feel like if we drug him, what? Then we're gonna have to take care of him. I just don't see it. And taking his badge, I don't see how that helps us. Yeah, all right. We're all on the same page. We're all on the same page. This does not seem like something we need to do yet. All right, let's just leave him in peace. We've made it clear. He seems to understand it. Maybe we need him later. We're just going to leave him alone. We don't need to make enemies. All right, so 13. I guess we're going to leave this card on location A. We could reread it if we want, but of the beach bar choices, we've chosen 13. The rest of them will just never be seen by us, ever. No stars. That probably means we didn't make a good decision. You ask Larry whether he's started a search party yet, but he just laughs and waves it aside. Oh, it's just BS. She's an adult. She's young. It's the first time she's been back to Cubados for years. I'd also want to be knocking back a couple drinks, rekindling old flames instead of meeting up with a snake like Perez. Yesterday, one of her girls was getting completely wasted from about 5 p.m. She was here until the early hours bitching about Diana. Seems like everybody's favorite pop star is no angel. She can have a couple hours on her own on her home island. I don't need to start up a full search op just yet. Of course, that's not Perez's view, but you'll have to talk with him about that. He's probably just pissed. No one thinks he's that important. Diana's probably up at Rolando's. I know she hasn't seen her father for years. I mean, who can blame her? Guy's an asshole. But if I was trying to track her down, I'd look him up. I'm not going to start on that until at least this afternoon, though. So you're going to have a drink with me, or are you working? The cop laughs, reaching for his drink. You smile, shake your head, and then head out of the bar. You've got until this afternoon to track Diana down before Larry starts getting in the way. Now you just need to decide where to start looking. So it tells us to get location B and C out. So there's B, and there's C. It tells us to get rid of 11 and 12. Those are the choices we didn't see. Usually when you make a decision, you get some stars if it was a good decision. So the fact that we didn't get any stars with that decision seems to suggest we may have done a suboptimal action. You can never know for sure. So he's given us some information. This card stays in our collection. We can reread this whenever we want. But there's another girl here getting wasted from 5 p.m., bitching about Diana. And then we have, let's see, Perez. You'll have to talk to them. He's probably just pissed. No one thinks he's important. And then he says Diana's probably at Rolando's. We don't have access to these places, but we have access to the government palazzo. That was where she was supposed to meet someone, I think. And then the villa is one of these person's villa. What's the mention of the villa? Where was our... Oh, it was this one, and this one is part of A. So this was the other thing. What was the villa? Keeping his trap shut so he doesn't have to do extra work should come naturally. So I feel like we made a good decision. All right, what's the villa? Whose villa is it? Are they talking about the father at Rolando's, or are they talking about Perez villa? All right, well, I don't see which is which, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, both of these locations seem as good as any. All right, let's take a look at the villa. I do find this rule very weird about looking at cards and not making a decision. Okay, but I do see something interesting here. This is her father's, because look, there's her old room. It used to say Diana. Looks like her old kid's room. And yes, there is another goat there. All right, let's visit this villa. Rolando's villa, with its generous veranda and panoramic view of the harbor, sits on top of a hill at the end of a long road that snakes its way to the top. Bring out location F. As you climb the hill to the villa, you notice Rolando's vintage car isn't in the driveway. That gives you a perfect opportunity to sniff around. So F is the harbor. I'll bring that out. You access the veranda through the magnificent garden. Next to the remains of someone's breakfast, you see an old newspaper and an official-looking document, and you pocket them both. You hear the engine of Rolando's car before you spot it winding up the hill. That gives you just enough time to check out one of the two rooms leading off the veranda before he gets back. So you can see why what I'm saying about this rule about looking at cards seems wrong. The rules seem to suggest that, like, we could look at this card, this top card, before we decide anything, and then go here and look at this card and do this before this. But clearly, narratively, that makes no sense. It feels like we must decide now. But it does give us access to these two documents, presumably the old newspaper and the official document. These have these little seals. Let's see what we've got here. I forgot card 30 for F, did I? Yes, I did. Thank you. I could have gotten us into trouble. Okay, that's the harbor. Let's look at what documents we got here. So here we've got an old newspaper. All right, we'll read this in a second. Let's look at what this other one is. Put this up at C because clearly we have to, narratively, we're going to have to resolve our villa decision before this guy gets back. And here is an old contract, or not an old contract, a contract. Well, let's start with this. Management contract. So it's the result of a court case in New York City. The court upholds the reasoning of the plaintiff, considers it proven that the declaration of intent given by the plaintiff with respect to the management agreement pertaining to Section 105, Paragraph 1 is indefensibly null and void. The attached contract is declared invalid with immediate effect. So Diana had a contract with Rolando Rodriguez, who was mentioned in our last card. I guess he was managing her. And this is saying that Section 1 is no good. The subjects of this agreement are the trademarks and music rights relating to the artist Diana, including the rights for the music tracks and albums produced, organization of public and media appearances, concerts, and benefit events, the approval of further production and management proposals, as well as the sale of the personal brand Diana. And the court is finding that, oh, it's not paragraph 1 here they're talking about, just paragraph 1 of Section 105. So for some reason, this is invalid. We don't know why. 2, the management undertakes to develop Diana brand and to raise its profile internationally. Further, it shall plan, book, and organize all public media appearances of Diana Rodriguez. The management shall book and organize her concert appearances, studio sessions. In addition, Rolando Rodriguez shall be appointed to structure her daily schedule in the capacity of her personal trainer. Diana shall undertake to produce a further 6 studio albums by 2024. In addition, she shall perform at least 1 international concert tour annually, undertake 40 media appearances on local radio and television channels. Miss Rodriguez is prohibited from selling her brand or artistry to another producer or manager, or soliciting offers for contracts, media appearances, or the production of merchandise. She is obliged to obtain the consent of her manager, Rolando Rodriguez, for significant decisions of over 1,000 that might affect her trademark. Okay, so we know her full name now. I guess we knew it here. Diana Rodriguez, representing herself, and the contract manager, which is Rolando Rodriguez, and a court has determined that this contract is invalid immediately. Rolando Rodriguez, Diana Rodriguez. So yes, they're probably father and daughter. We're not, are we not sure, or did we learn it at this? He's probably just pissed no one thinks he's important. Diana's up at Rolando's. Okay, that doesn't help us. Well, we don't know, but maybe the location we choose is going to help us with that. Do we want to go in Diana's bedroom, or do we want to go in Rolando's home office? That's the decision to make now. So probably if we're interested in what Rolando is up to, we would go in his home office. But if we were interested in Diana and locating her, we might go into the child's bedroom. Let's take a look at those views again. So there's going to be the kids' room, and that's probably the office. Now, I see a little bit of a clue here. Notice it. Remember, it says stare at the cards. What do you notice here that's actually feels like it might be a little bit of a clue? I see something. Deciding between these 2 rooms, one of them looks different. In addition to saying Diana on it, the lights, yeah, the lights. I see the shoes too. I see the shoes outside the door too that I didn't notice. This suggests to me like someone has recently been in this room, Diana's room. So that feels to me like we should go into Diana's room. Yeah? All right, let's do it. You have to use every tiny little advantage you can get, any little edge, and that feels like an edge. So we're going to go into 15, which is going to tell us to get rid of 16. Okay, here we go. Or maybe we should read this first. Let's not be hasty. Let's read this article. So Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. So today is 11/3/2021. So this is almost a year ago. Want things to be fun again? Noctilutin. Amado Perez punished. After a series of embarrassing scandals, the ruling party is finally getting rid of the controversial politician by exiling him to the Caribbean. Is Party Prince Perez's career finally over? Editorial by Susie Miller. Amado Perez has allegedly thrown too many parties to count. The former top politician, dressed only in bathrobes, mingle companionably with drug dealers and prostitutes. Since 2019, when it came out that a prostitute linked to the politician was hospitalized after she overdosed on cocaine at one of his parties, Perez has been mired in scandal. After a number of public statements concerning his drug-fueled sex parties, Perez ended up losing not only his wife, but also his position in government. 1 year later, the party has now exiled him to the Isle of Barbados, where he is responsible for law and order. Astonishingly, there have been no reports of similar misbehavior there. Media censorship on Barbados keeps Perez's scandalous behavior under wraps. But the question remains, why and how is Perez still in this position of power? The small Caribbean island, which is still under the control of the mainland, is considered to be a political backwater, and various disgraced public figures have been sent here to retire in obscurity. It's often overlooked due to its modest size, but the island does have an international reputation for one lucrative trade. Between the palm trees and run-down colonial buildings, cocaine is manufactured on the island and distributed internationally. That Amado Perez, of all people, with his close connections to the drug trade on the mainland, has been handed the task of governing the island has raised more than a few eyebrows. The Colombian drug trade has been a fact of life for a long time, although it's never been thoroughly investigated. The cartel bosses remain anonymous, and their production facilities have not yet been traced. Island authorities seem happy to let the trade flourish, and doubtless reap some of the financial rewards. Residents on the island may well see things differently, although no one has bothered to ask them. But as long as Barbados remains a small overlooked island in the Caribbean Sea, nothing will change. It seems unlikely that Amado Perez will suddenly have a change of heart while admiring the sunset over one of the island's many beautiful beaches. In the meantime, the LA Tribune will continue to ensure that Barbados, the cocaine trade, and Amado Perez remain in the public eye. Do you have questions about this article? Contact the LA Tribune. So we could call and we can visit this website. Want the latest scoop on all the stars? Hot off the press news. This is the one little narrative oddity here where his car is coming up the driveway. That gives you just enough time to check out one of the two rooms, and yet it seems like we're tempted to do these first, but I don't think these are going to affect our decision. So I think maybe we play it narratively and go into that room, and then we'll do these things. So let's do that, because it doesn't make sense that we can access the internet while the car is coming up the drive. All right, so we've decided to go in the room with the light on, which is card 15. All right, well, we get a star. Now, we don't know if that means we made the best decision. The best decision could have given us 2 stars, or maybe this is as good as it gets. When you go into Diana's childhood bedroom, you feel like you've stepped into a time capsule. The beaming faces of American pop stars you haven't heard about in years stare down at you from the walls. There are thick layers of dust on her desk and bookshelf. One book has been taken off the shelf. It looks to be the first book of the Harry Potter series. Seems like Diana is a big fan. The other volumes look like they've been read frequently. There's also a panoramic window that gives a beautiful vista of the old weathered lighthouse. But you aren't able to spend time admiring the view because you've just heard the engine of Rolando's car turn off in the driveway. You sneak back into the garden and bump right into Rolando. He's the opposite of thrilled to see you. Furious, he barks at you. "Why are you sneaking around my garden? Did my damn daughter send you? Is she now sending the boss of the cartel around to put the screws on me on top of her lawyers?" Oh, you can now rule out Diana having been up here in the past few hours. You quickly improvise a story. You are interested in buying his house. Rolando seems to believe you. After a brief but unpleasant back and forth, you're back on the winding road heading towards town. Okay, so we get rid of the card we weren't allowed to see. I already did that. And we take card 65. What's that about? So I don't remember too much of this happening. The game giving us arbitrary cards. But let's not forget first to give ourselves the star that it just assigned us. One step closer to getting a good score. What is card 65? I see. It's the person we just met, Rolando Rodriguez. When we are done, just a reminder, we will review the experience, and you can only play through this once, really. There is no losing this game. I mean, there is a losing it with your score at the end. You can get a bad ending. But you wouldn't replay this multiple times, not even to see different paths. It's not a choose-your-own-adventure game like that. So if you do join me for this full playthrough, you will not be playing it yourself. If you think this is a game that your group might enjoy, you can stop watching now. You can come back, watch it after you play it, and see how you differed in your playthrough than we did. Okay, we'll keep Rodriguez out. We'll just put him on our board somewhere. The villa, this is where we went. So here are our two villa locations. I'll just put those there. Okay, so she hasn't been up there recently, but someone's been in her room looking at Harry Potter books. Kind of weird. And then, of course, we've got a couple things we want to do here. I'd also want to be knocking back a couple drinks instead of meeting up with Snake Perez. So we were told in the beginning that she was supposed to be meeting Perez at the government palazzo. Okay, so that's where she was supposed to be visiting. She was supposed to be meeting up with this guy, who's now running something. And that's at the villa, at the government palazzo, which is here. But we also got access to the harbor. And how did we get access to the harbor? Just because we looked off in the distance? Yes. Rolando's villa has a panoramic view of the harbor. Okay, so that's why we got access to the harbor here. Who was in the room if she hadn't been there recently? That's a good question. All right, well, why don't we take our first break here? For those of you who will be joining me for the rest of the game, I'll see you in 8 minutes. For the rest of you, I'll see you on the next video. All right. I noticed something that could be slightly important before we do the internet stuff. We did look at this contract, which is declaring the contract between Diana and I guess her father, we think, as null and void. But I do want you to notice that this is 2016 was this decision, and now it's 2021. This is actually 4 years old. We're told on one of our introductory things that Diana is now around 27. So she would have been 23 or so when this decision was made. But the more curious question is, why is this decision being looked at by Rolando in 2021? Why is he dredged this document up and left it on the table like he was reading it, if it's that old? The other thing to notice is we've got signatures of Diana and Rolando that could be important to us. Okay, with that said, let's do the couple of internet things that we see here. One is we can ask questions about the article. That's a weird thing. Questions about the article. Just call the newspaper, but I guess that's what we're going to do. So here's the website. Let's see. It actually gave us a direct URL that we could type in. All right, so we're going to make a 21-second phone call to the Tribune. Now, this article is a year old. Also curious, why is this old article out here? But let's see if we can listen to this together without everything breaking.
Thank you for contacting the LA Tribune. We are grateful that you would like to provide us with further information about our cover story. Unfortunately, we are currently receiving so many calls that we can no longer answer them personally. Our reporter, Emma Lee, who is currently researching Cubados, will contact you if needed. Thank you very much, and goodbye. Thank you for contacting the LA Tribune. We are grateful that you would like to provide us with further information about our cover story. Unfortunately, we are currently receiving so many calls that we can no longer answer them personally. Our reporter, Emma Lee, who is currently researching Cubados, will contact you if needed. Thank you very much, and goodbye. Thank you for contacting the LA Tribune.
Okay, so is there anything there of interest to us? Was there anything in that phone call that was relevant for us? I detected one thing, mostly not, but the reporter's name, that's exactly what I was thinking. That it sounds like maybe that reporter's name who's investigating the island was mentioned. It was something like Emily or something. Did anyone make out the full name? Do we have a transcript? No, we don't have a transcript, which is a little unusual. What is a little unusual? But Emily something. So keep your ears open for any mention of a reporter, because maybe Amado Perez was trying to reach out. It's not the author of this article. That's Susie Miller. All right, let's try to visit this website and see what we see. Can we go full page with this? No. There's got to be a way to do that, to do full screen. I just don't remember what it is. Okay, www.starsandfritz.com.de. So originally a German game, and here's the English page. We got to be careful of auto-translated pages. We've gotten into trouble before. Okay, what have we got here? Stars and Secrets. Want the latest scoop on all the stars, hot off the press news. And yet, this seems to be an advertisement, and it's in German. What's happening here? Starsandsecrets.de.en. Why? Let me see what the menu is. English. Okay. We're on the right page. 85% of women use skin products daily. What actually works, what's just marketing. And then there's a German comment here about cookies. Her own brand, Zoe DeRoy Lee Premium, the millionaire heiress, is entering the business world for herself with her own lipstick brand, and we can go to her shop. Okay, and folk rock band Los Picolos Guitaros celebrates their comeback. We have a new Diana quiz for you. Can you answer these challenging questions from our editor, Anne? Only true fans will get full points. Try it now and unlock new exclusive content. I don't feel like we're going to be able to answer those yet, but And then we have Paris Marriott dyes her hair pink. Dopa Lipe is better than ever. New album from Bonita Williams. She's not currently signed. You can listen to her first single here for free. In an exclusive Stars and Secrets interview, the Cubanan singer revealed that the song describes her dramatic love story with her current partner. In an earlier version of the song, the mysterious man who sings the first verse was actually another woman. The same woman who Bonita sings about in the chorus. However, she told our reporter she didn't want to talk about that bitch anymore. Is she talking about Diana? You can watch the video. User survey nail polish. 23 used brands have won awards. 234 pay attention to sustainability. Average colors. Average dollars you spend on nail polish per month. That better not be US dollars. How well do you know Diana? Here's the quiz, I see. What's Diana's favorite color? What's Diana's favorite book? What's the name of her first album? What's the name of the club where she made her debut? Favorite place she could see from her childhood bedroom? That was the lighthouse we could see out of her door. Current partner, I don't think we know that. Favorite sport, we don't know, but we know what you could see out of her window was the lighthouse. We might know her favorite color from the letters on her room, or maybe we learned about the color of her room and I don't remember, but I don't think we know the rest of these. Now we can listen to Bonita Williams' single, and then there's that symbol telling us that there's some sort of puzzle code to enter. Is your hair falling out? Here are 7 surefire tips to stick it back on. Lipstick's guaranteed to never come off. Why the stars are getting their lips tattooed. Hairstyles are all the rage. Best spices. Okay, well, there's a lot of stuff going on here. What if we click find out? Anything happen here? Can we go to this online shop? Okay, thankfully these places aren't clicking, so they're not relevant for us, but the video surely is. There's the quiz at the end of the page. These things, what's this? Okay, oh, there's the video. Okay, hold on. I think this is going to be the same video that's down here. Let's just see. Yes, okay, let's listen to that video.
Solo quiero que me digas tu nombre y por qué tú ahora te vas. El sol aún no ha salido aquí en el norte y tú me dices que ya te vas debajo de.
All right, it didn't like something. We can fix it. And it's probably a little loud for you, it looked like.
Luces yo te encontré, amor, y juntos tomamos de más. Y al final nos fuimos a buscar otro lugar y no conocimos de más.
Cada día que yo paso por tu lugar favorito, tu sombra me persigue. Al cruzar el palacio me voy hacia el sur, al lugar donde nuestra historia empezó. Cada día que yo paso por tu lugar favorito, tu sombra me persigue. Al cruzar el palacio me voy hacia el sur, al lugar donde nuestra historia empezó. favorito, tu sombra me persigue. Al cruzar el palacio me voy hacia el sur, al lugar donde nuestra historia empezó. Cada día que yo paso por tu lugar favorito, tu sombra me
Favorite
persigue.
place, cross
Al
to the
cruzar el
Palazzo,
palacio me voy hacia el
head
sur,
south.
al lugar donde nuestra historia empezó. Cada día que
Sounds
yo
like that's
paso por tu
directing us
lugar
somewhere.
favorito, tu sombra me persigue. Al cruzar el palacio me voy hacia el sur, al lugar donde nuestra historia empezó. Cada día que yo paso por tu lugar favorito, tu sombra me persigue. Al cruzar el palacio me voy hacia el sur, al lugar donde nuestra historia empezó.
Okay, first of all, we're going to get copyright struck on that video music, but that's pretty impressive. That was a pretty cool moment. A full-length 3-minute song that was catchy. Is this singer her boyfriend? It's not boyfriend and girlfriend. I think it's girlfriend and girlfriend. I think it's Diana and Bonita. It's Diana and Bonita. Here's Bonita. Here's Bonita singing with Diana, who she now calls a bitch. The song describes her dramatic love story with her current partner. But then it says, in an earlier version of the song, the mysterious man who sings the first verse was actually another woman. The same woman who Bonita sings about in the chorus. Oh, I see. Okay, it's Bonita singing in the chorus. And in this version, that is a man. But in the previous version, it was probably Diana singing. Okay, I got it now. So the sweet voice is Bonita right here in the chorus. But when she originally wrote the song, it sounds like Diana was singing the main part about I'll never leave you, where we fell in love. And so this woman now doesn't like Diana anymore. She doesn't want to talk about that bitch. So this woman had a lesbian affair with Diana, wrote a song about how amazing it was, and in fact talks about this other person's favorite place. She said she crossed the palazzo, the shadow followed her, then she went south, and that's where their story began. So we've made a little note about that. All right, pretty cool. Anything else for us to do here? I don't think there's anything else for us to do on this website except answer this quiz when we're ready. But we're agreed that we can't answer all of these, right? We know some of them. We can guess at some, but we don't know all of them. Okay. Debbie says, let's see. When was this game? Is this an AI generated track? If not, it's pretty ambitious. No, I don't think this is AI. This is a couple years old, and I think that's a song made for this game. Okay, Debbie agrees. Bonita clearly wrote it about Diana. Yeah. Okay. Pretty cool. So we have to remember to go back to that website. Normally in these games, it's very easy to forget something. So we tend to create a little to-do list. And we're going to remind ourselves that we need to do the web quiz. But we also have the directions that were mentioned in that song crossing the plaza. Your favorite place. The favorite place might have been the lighthouse, but where it all began, she says. All right. Things got interesting, huh? All right, so we've got two places in front of us that we could choose to go to. The government palazzo, where she was supposed to meet that guy, or the harbor. The harbor, you can see, we can make out the name of this boat, the Novado, or the Nevada. The Nevada, huh? Okay, and then the government palazzo, where she was supposed to meet someone, and which was mentioned in the song, is here. So I guess I'd be more inclined to head over here. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. What about the code? What about the code? Where did we see the code? I know we saw a code here. Why is that a thing? The new hit single, Tres Mas, from her new album, Bad Things and Thoughts. But why is there a code symbol? You will have to figure out various puzzles. If you see this symbol, you need to go to this website and enter the solution. But what on earth? There doesn't seem to be anything to do here. Why is there a puzzle symbol here? That's odd, isn't it? I wonder if we're gonna have to like list what's the favorite place. Yes. Okay. It's a little weird, but let's do it. Let's see if it gives us some clue about what it wants from us. So, Masters of Crime, Rapture, enter codes. Okay, which envelope do you want to enter a code for? I guess it's this one that we're thinking, which is envelope 1. Envelope 3? No, we never opened envelope 3 in video. Feels like something is broken a little bit here. Well, I can't tell what. Like, this is not our envelope 3. Card 4957, we haven't seen any of those. No card led us to the website. It was this document that led us to the website, which is document 1 or envelope 1. That feels like something has gone wrong in this game. All right, we're gonna wait. Maybe there's another reference to that website. We got other stuff to do. We don't have to worry about it till later, but that feels like something broke a little bit. That's okay, though. That's probably not important. So I think we should go to the palazzo where she was supposed to meet with someone, and which is mentioned in the song. So let's try that. I see someone sitting here with a laptop. Don't see any other real clues here. In the hallway to Amado Perez's office, you notice some new tourist brochures. You pick up a map of the island and head up the flight of stairs to the politician's office. Perez has been smart so far. He hasn't yet made the mistake of trying to interfere in your business affairs. He gives you an enthusiastic welcome. Getting straight to the point, you ask him about his meeting with Diana. His initial response is curt, but then his professional demeanor returns. Yes, I had a meeting lined up with Diana and her partner earlier. Unfortunately, she didn't show. That seems strange to me, although her partner did her best to calm my fears. As a precaution, I informed Larry Winder, especially since the whole island is focused on Diana and her upcoming music video. The politician explains. You ask him to tell you more about his movement in the video shoot at the diving school, his involvement in the video shoot at the diving school. He proudly exclaims that yesterday he personally arranged for some important items for the video shoot to be delivered to the island by plane, and that he received those items at 6 p.m. Even though Perez is including an excessive amount of detail, you get the feeling he's holding something back. You never can trust men like him. The question is, how are you going to get the whole truth out of Perez? So we've got this whole article on him, Amado Perez. And now he's involved in this upcoming video shoot for Diana. He got some special items. They were delivered by plane at 6 p.m., but you feel like he's holding something back. And we know where the video shoot is supposed to happen, at the diving school. And we've got a map of the island, which is envelope 3. So this was perfect. This gave us the thing, the one that the code is missing from. Let's take a look at this, but let's see. Ask him about his plans for the island. We want to get him to tell the truth. We can ask him about his plans. We can confront him about his history of sex parties, or accuse him of tax evasion. Look at this cool map we just got. Look at this. Wow, that's neat. It's got a grid. So when we want to if we want to say where the lighthouse is, it's at E2. Okay, pretty cool. 1 arrow per hour. There's the diving school, Rolando's house, some cliffs. There's the palazzo where we are now. All right, pretty cool. I don't remember us ever getting something quite as useful looking as a map before. We have had little floor plans, but okay. Let's get out card 66, which I guess is going to be this person we're talking to, his portrait, which should match the picture from the newspaper. Yes, Amado Perez. Okay, let's put him out. Now, how are we going to get him to tell us the truth? Plans for the island doesn't sound right. That's not a way to make him nervous and get him to tell us the truth. Tax evasion, there's no sign that he's been involved in the tax evasion, but the article did talk about the sex parties. And those rumors and stuff haven't made it to the news. So it seems like if we talk to him about his sex parties, he might feel like we've got some information leverage on him, and so he'll tell us about that, tell us what we want to know. I think, right, he doesn't seem to have, it's not like he's going to want to kill us for bringing that up. He hasn't yet made the mistake of trying to interfere in business affairs. So he's just trying to be nice. All right, I think we got to let him know we've got leverage over him. So I think we confront him about his history of sex parties. So unless there's objection, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to confront him. Okay, we're going to look at that map in a bit, but let's put away the ones we don't do and see what he says about this. Okay, that looks like that was the perfect, ideal answer, 2 stars. Perez clearly wasn't expecting to talk about his wild past. The politician finds your suggestion that he's spicing up his parties with a little something extra wildly inappropriate. He straightens his uniform and responds in a manner you'd expect for a politician. You can tell he's rattled off this speech about his supposed reformation a million times before, and you don't believe a word. It's only when he starts talking about his plans for Cubados that your ears prick up again. My extensive plans for Cubados and for Diana, which is all completely altruistic, I'd like to point out. Diana's people also think it would be best if she got back to her roots. And when she does return, hopefully she will bring a lot of American tourists with her. I want to prove that we can make something of this island. Perez makes wide, sweeping gestures as he rambles on and on about the future of the island, the money the tourists will bring with them, and Diana's role as the marketing face of the island. As he strolls up and down the room, you manage to pocket his small black calendar book without being noticed. When he pauses for breath, you thank him for the information and slip out of the government palazzo. All right, so we got some good information here, and in fact, we got 2 stars. So let's add those to our map here. And we've got his black book, which is envelope 8. And we get rid of cards 18 and 20, which were just the palazzo locations we didn't choose. We're always getting rid of the locations we didn't choose, but I don't mind having a little reminder. All right. Well, look at the dense little schedule. All right, let's go look at these now. We'll save these. Let's look at the 2 documents that we've gotten. So today is November 3rd, we're told. So he was supposed to meet Diana. Actually, he was supposed to meet someone with Diana. We're told Diana has a partner who's a woman. What is that? BCT? What, BJ? BJ is her partner. Okay. So Diana, we're told, has a partner. And I think that's BJ. And we're told it's a woman from our conversations with him. Now let's see what else we've got here. The day before is the equipment. And then he was to meet Rolando. Oh, that's interesting. So is that where they went into Diana's room? I wonder if that's why they went into Diana's room. Okay, the video shoot is supposed to be tomorrow. Then there's a loan meeting at the bank with BJ. That's interesting. And then workshop and Rolando. And then here we have on the 8th, Diana leaves, complete negotiations. Then he's got a press conference to talk about the Diana project, where he thinks Diana is going to be the marketing person of the island. And then every Friday, it looks like he goes to the workshop at 6 and meets Rolando at 8. And then what's this? Diana arrives Oh, this is just a summary of each day of the month. Diana, Rolando, Diana leaves, Cherry Love. We don't know what that's about, but he has marked a little heart on the 11th, the 17th, and the 22nd. And here he's clearly meeting Cherry Love on the 11th, 17th, 22nd. We don't know who that is or why. And then he's got his weekends, nothing planned. And then at the very bottom, it says to do, decide credit amount, 13.5 million if Diana signs. So he's going to try to get a loan. Where was the loan meeting? Loan meeting. And if Diana signs on, then he can take out a loan of 13.5 million. Let's bring up that map now and take a closer look at the places that we know about. So there's the workshop. He's been on his schedule. He says workshop every couple days at 6 p.m. it seems on Fridays. So Pablo's workshop, I wonder what that's about. And we know about the lighthouse, and we went to Rolando's house. There's a statue of Diana. There's the Palazzo where we just were. We've also got police station. We've got a church. There's the workshop. La Rosa Azul, Copa del Sol, Harbor, Fishery, Pietro's Bar. Now, in the song, she says, I cross the Palazzo and then I go south to where we met, where it all started. Head to the south, the place we met. So where is to the south of crossing the Palazzo? I guess it would be perhaps Casa de Kylos or La Rosa Azul. Or, yeah, there's Rosa Azul, there's Casa de Kylos. So maybe one of these, or even Copa de Sol might be that place she's talking about. And then there's the diving school where they were going to film the video tomorrow. Blue Lagoon Beach Bar. I guess that's where we started our case. Pig Bay, Sunny Beach. This is obviously a little reference to a pretend satirical Cuba and the Bay of Pigs invasion by the US that went poorly. The favorite place was not the Palazzo. The song says, we crossed the Palazzo and I went south to our favorite place. That's why I've been saying it's either Casa de Cayos or La Rosa Azul or even Copa del Sol. But there's nothing for us to do about this yet. I wouldn't be surprised if the code was about naming places. And in fact, this is envelope 3, which is what the online things seem to want us to find before we answer it. So let's see. Envelope 3 and video. So that's what we have. So I guess there are different ways to get to this. Where does the description in Bonita's song lead you? Enter the name of the location here. All right, this is a little weird because I don't feel like we know which of these places it is, and we could guess and get it right, but it doesn't sound like we have enough for this. Where on this map is the harbor? Beach. What? South Beach. Here's the harbor. Okay. So that's the next place we can go. I feel like we shouldn't try to guess at that code. We should wait until we find it. So let's instead head over to the harbor, which is the only place available to us at this point. There's a big yacht called the Nevada and some smaller yachts. All right, let's walk in here. The harbor is unusually busy, but still the huge yacht really stands out. You just can't get used to the sight, even though you've seen it a lot over the past few weeks. This must be the yacht that Larry mentioned this morning. You were surprised to hear that Diana arrived on it. Of course, you were already planning to check it out. It's always good to get to know the rich. Now that it looks like Diana is connected with it, you've got another excuse to pay the yacht a visit. But you don't want to just board it without finding out a bit more information. In your experience, it's the insignificant details that matter most. So you decide to chat with the kid on the street who's handing out cards to tourists. He gives you one. It's an ad for the only diving school on the island. So 62 is going to be the card that he just gave us, the ad, and it's a website, Diving Cubados. All right, I guess we're just going to go to that video. We're going to say, hang on for a minute, kid. Let me just check my phone. We know they were going to shoot the video here, but we don't know anything else about it. But this case seems to use more internet than all of the other cases we've played. www.divingcubados.com. Diving Cubados, your diving school in the heart of the Caribbean. Discover unique underwater world. And then it's in German, even though we've got, no, it's not in German. It's the cookie thing. It's in German. I'm just going to say accept all. Okay, so we can log in. What else do we have? Opening times. Diving school is open for you every day from 8:30 to 10. We can learn more, but hopefully we can't really learn more. Okay, we'll just scroll down to the bottom. Okay, let's opening times. 8:30 to 10, 8:30 to 10 on Wednesday, which is today. They're closed to guests, video shoot. And then they're closed tomorrow, which is the video shoot, which is what we thought, where we thought it was. But it looks like it was today and tomorrow. And then they open back up on Friday. $29 for snorkeling. 15 spots, 14 reefs, 220 species of fish. Or you can go scuba diving for $89. $199 from premium diving. Discover sunken ships. Can we actually book these? What happens if we try to click on this? Sorry, due to the video shoot with the global phenomenon Cubados superstar Diana, we cannot offer you any courses or consultation appointments on November 3rd and November 4th. Thank you for understanding. If you'd like, come by and watch the video shoot for yourself. You'll find us here, Stack E, on the detective board. That's interesting. Okay, so this is going to be the diving school that we now have access to. Interesting. So this little card, this little information gave us access to the diving school. Now let's go back here. So we've got our about page, home. Okay, largest provider of diving. And Gallery. Anything important about those gallery pictures? Looks pretty cool, but I don't see any hints for us. What? That's not what I wanted to do. All right, so let's go back to the home page. So we can log in. Safety, what's this? Your equipment is safe with us. We have a new high-tech security system that will help your equipment, keep your equipment safe after the store closes. After 8 p.m. in the store can only be entered with a special security card. What's this about? Are you a member of our team? Log in for the member page. Okay, let's see what happens. Employee login. So we need to be an employee of the diving club. We need a username and a password, e.g. your favorite numbers. All right. So maybe on our to-do list, we need the diving employee login. Let's not forget to figure that out. Or member of the premium club. All right, is there anything else for us to do here on this diving club? What's water conditions? Just takes us to the employee login. Just a way to help you not miss it. Open till 10 p.m. Okay. Pretty cool, but nothing for us to do just yet. So this kid is handing out these cards. We could make a choice now, or it seems like we could probably come back to deal with this kid later if we wanted to go someplace else. Do you have an intuition about which would be the best thing here? The motivation is we want to get information before we get onto the yacht. So it sounds like we could either ask him about his job and maybe he has a login because he's a diving club employee. Or is this just a little kid who actually doesn't have access to the site and so wouldn't be helpful? Should we just ask him about the yacht? But is this kid going to know anything about the yacht? It's tricky. It's telling us we need information about the yacht. And then we've got a kid that we've got a direct question about the yacht. That seems like the logical thing if what we want to know is about the yacht. But we kind of want to get a login information for the diving club. So I wonder if we shouldn't be asking him about that. Why don't we maybe like put off talking to this kid for a minute and head over to the diving school and see if we can get in a different way. And if we can, then we don't have to ask him about hoping he's got a login. So there's another goat on the island, and we've got the diving club and a little, what do you call that when you've got the location signs? Shark Rock, Coral Beach, Loner's Cave, and Shipwreck. So most of those are on this list here, or at least some of them are. There's the diving school, and there's Loner's Cave. Maybe that's the only other one that's on the map. All right, let's see what we've got here. The diving school, which usually has a really laid-back vibe, feels completely different today. It's just Miguel, the owner, leaning on the counter, watching everything that's going on. He greets you with a smile. After Amato Perez, you're the next most important visitor to my humble diving school. When you ask him about Perez's visit, he just shrugs his shoulder. He was making some kind of big fuss. He got a seaplane to deliver a blue wetsuit here. That's her favorite color, blue. Some top designer thing with her name and the Cubadan colors on it, like we don't have any wetsuits here. Laughs Miguel, pointing toward the numerous wetsuits hanging neatly on the rail. I've got the wetsuit, which got here at 6 p.m. yesterday by seaplane, safely stashed away, and I've had to put up with all the people wanting to test stuff out here. He finishes. You ask who has access to the diving school equipment, but he just shrugs again. After 8 p.m., it's just the staff. I had a new alarm system installed. Before that, it's just whoever's here. I don't pay much attention to who's touching what here. If Diana's people need something, they just fetch it themselves. Maybe my diving instructor knows more. Camillo is the one to talk to about Diana, Miguel finishes with a wink. Okay, so it gives us another star, I guess presumably for finding this location on that website. It's telling us to take card 26, which is an odd thing to do because there is no... Oh, 26 is the other diving school card right in front of me here. So after 8, it's just the staff, and no one has taken that wetsuit, and we learned that blue is her favorite color. So I think our intuition that we're going to have to walk around this island a bit before we can answer that quiz is right. Now, no mention that that kid giving out ads is an employee with a login. Probably it sounds like we need to talk to Camillo to get the login information. Now look what it says. Camillo is the one to talk to about Diana. Miguel finishes with a wink. So is Diana having a little fling with Camillo, the diving instructor? It would make sense. So instead of making a choice, it just tells us to read 26. Of course, you know Camillo. You describe him as a part-time diving instructor. Mainly, he sells holiday spirit in powder form to the tourists he meets while diving. He seems nervous when you start asking him about Diana, and his answers to your questions are vague and evasive. You shift your manner, putting your authority as his boss into your voice and posture, and he finally opens up. I saw her this morning. I opened the diving school for her about 7:30 a.m. because no one else is here outside of opening hours. She wanted to test out her new gear and chill out a bit, so I let her take my boat. She knows her way around here, like the good dive sites and such. Wanted to go with her, but I had, stuff to deal with. Camillo hesitates. You're going to have to dig a bit deeper to get more out of him. Interesting. Okay, but now it's given us a choice, but it's also told us to take a card. Oh, that's going to be his portrait. 67. There's Camilo Martinez, our drug dealer, part-time dive instructor. And he's actually got some tattoos on him that could be relevant for us. A tiger and praying hands. Almost looks like there's some number on those praying hands. You don't think, well, that's not going to work. Let me just see if those praying hands do anything. Like it almost looks like there's a 57 there or a 25. What do you think about that? That looks like a 25 to me. That's very suspicious. Does that not look like the number 25? Oh, it doesn't look at that close up. We might have to bring out the microscope for this one. How do I convince it to do it with that camera? Yeah, there we go. Is that suspicious to you? Hmm. Anyone? I'm going to put it on the to-do. Tiger and praying hands. Weird. Okay. But other than that, we just stick him here. We can keep the diving card at E. You're going to have to dig a bit deeper to get more out of him. And the three questions we can ask are about Diana's return, about Bonita, or about Diana's dive. Seems like 25 is the card for the diving school. That's a good point. That's very weird. Okay. I don't know why he would know anything about Bonita unless he's the other person on the song. But it sounds like what we really want to learn more about is Diana's dive, right? Like where did she go so we can find her? So shouldn't we be doing the third one? Seems like everyone's in agreement. That we should ask about the dive. All right, we're going to ask more about the dive. So card 29. That looks like that was the right thing to do. Not a clue where Diana is, but she'll be fine, Camilla responds. She is the best diver I know. She wanted to run the diving school together. I mean, before she went off. When she's stressed, she usually goes for a dive. She always used to do that. I'm sure she'll be back soon. She only had one tank with her. I would have liked to have gone too, because I need to clear my head. I've got a lot on my plate at the moment, responsibilities and stuff. Clearly, the video shoot is causing... Oh, clearly the video shoot's causing him a lot of stress. Bonita, she was here yesterday. She was pissed because I'm spending so much time with Diana, as if I would give up on the baby just because Diana and me are making this video. I got her to calm down a bit before she went to work, but I've got to deal with it all when the video's done. Can I go, boss, if that's okay? I want to finish up here before Diana gets back. Nodding, you let him continue dragging the oxygen tanks up the beach. You leave the diving school. Okay, so this is the guy on the track with Bonita. He's the father. That's pretty cool. And we've got two more stars. So let's go ahead and put those out. Okay, I feel like we've been making some good decisions lately. That one didn't feel like it took too much deduction. Get rid of the cards that we didn't read at that location. And now we know she's a good diver. We know he's the father of Bonita's baby. We think Diana and Bonita had an affair. But we're not told where she went. She took only one tank with her. That doesn't really tell us where she went. We don't know how many tanks it would take to get anywhere. I'm sure she'll be back soon. Well, it doesn't seem like he doesn't seem to be worried. I'm not sure why. Oh, 25. That's going to be the password. That's the password. Don't you think? That's the password. It's Camillo, and that's his password. Look, when you try to log in, look what it said. We don't want the German one. We want the login. Use a password you can easily remember, e.g. your favorite numbers. So let's see if there's not any more numbers on this card, but that's it. The password reminder says use your favorite numbers, and we saw a 25. So we should look to see if there's another number in that tiger, but I think we figured out, and we almost went right by it. I think we figured out his password information. Let's see if we can't see any other numbers. Is it just the 2-5? I think it just might be the 2-5. Although you could see, like, the lines are weird. There could be more numbers in that tiger somehow, although I don't see it. And he's not really wearing anything else for there to be a number. I think the password, it may just be 25. Shall we try it? Let's try it. Okay, so your full name here. All right, do we know his full name? We know it's, yes, we do have his full name. It's Camillo Martinez. I guess I can just do it this way. Okay. Camillo Martinez, and I think his favorite numbers are 25, unless there's some other subtlety in his dialogue or a hidden number. Yes, okay, it's a little more subtle than that then. Camilo Martinez is the right name, so I think we're on the right trail, but maybe we need to read his stuff more closely. You know Camilo, part-time diving instructor, opened up the diving school at 7:30. She knows her way around. ... She'll be fine. She goes for a dive when she's under stress. I only had one tank. Bonita was here. I got her to calm down a bit. I have the baby. And that's it. So it's got to be in this photo. It would make a lot of sense if there was a number in this tiger. I didn't see it. Could the symbol refer to places on the map? That's an interesting idea. Where is our map? But it's not just the map. I want to see the cover image here. Shark Rock, Coral Beach, Loner's Cave, and Shipwreck. doesn't really help us. Only Loner's Cave seems to be on the map, although I could be overlooking one of them. It feels to me like there's gotta be another number here for us. Favorite numbers. Surely in his tattoo. Your favorite numbers, that's a little weird. Like, how are we to separate them? Was there a deer? There was a goat. There have been goats in most of our cards. And there was a goat on that card. So, two hands praying. Anything weird about this tiger that's hiding a number? I mean, his nose, but it doesn't really look like a number. Hmm. Hmm. So is it upside down the way he would be looking at it? So here he would see the 25. Boy, it feels like we're close. The 25 really stands out as being odd, but the tiger doesn't have anything that's standing out as being odd. In fact, if you look at it, it almost looks like it's 25 here. Look, like 2, 5. Could it be 25, 25? Is that crazy? Boy, I really thought that was going to work. Your favorite numbers. Boy, I really thought that was actually going to work. Your favorite numbers. Is it possible it means 25 like that? This is exactly the kind of thing that they have done before, and this is so stupid a design. The fact that we're now worried about typing this in 20 different ways to see if it's right is so infuriating. Like, does it want it like this? Does it care about caps? Does it want the letters, the numbers? I really just, that drives me absolutely bonkers. All right, I have to force myself to change the way I think about this. I have to pretend it's not a puzzle, but real world trying someone's password, you have to expect to try lots of different things. If I convince myself we're not solving a puzzle, we're trying to figure out someone's password, then you have to expect to have to try a bunch of things. Like, look, here's the chat saying, hey, is it 25-25? 20-5? Like, am I really going to try every possibility of ways we could type this in? We don't even know if it's smart enough to see these all as the same. It's just insanity. Okay, but like, or is it that it doesn't like this guy's names in caps? There has to be a fix for this in games. There has to be a way to do this better. that doesn't leave people trying a million different possibilities. Like when you answer this, it should say, use your full name. It doesn't matter if you put it in caps. It doesn't matter if you don't put it in caps. Like, what do I have to now try every version of 25 with his name in lowercase? Like, what? It's so stupid to make a thing like this where it's so ambiguous. There has to be a better way to design puzzles that make clear what the format should be. Look, this is proving my point. Maybe the username has no space. Like, what, am I going to try 1,000 possibilities? Because I have no idea if this website is sensitive to all these things. It's absolutely insane. All right, but if you were really trying to hack someone's password, then you'd have to expect to do this. But Debbie says, I think we're just not getting something about the password. Could at least check the map to see if the symbols match any locations. I kind of agree that it's more likely than not that we're missing something about the password. To me, it seems like there should be something in each of his tattoos, and we're seeing the 25 in one of them, and we're missing something in the other. But the scary thing is, this really looks like, when you look at it, a 25. Is it a 52? Like, if you look at it the other way, is 25 and 52 the same? Like, there it's 25 if we look at it that way. If we look at it this way, is it a 52? Like, 25 and 52 look the same, but what am I supposed to try every combination in every order? How can that be? This one is at an angle. It's not even, there is no proper way to look at it. Let me try the 52, but this is really just like, okay, if we look at it from the looking at him, it would be 52, 25. This is assuming this is right. No, of course it's incorrect. Should I try 25, 52? Is it not smart enough to know the difference? Fifty-two, 52. This is so stupid. I feel like there's a conspiracy in this world to ensure there's one terribly painful puzzle in each game. Why is that? The more I look at it, the more clear that this is 52. Like, this says your favorite numbers. So, but how are we supposed to know the order? Like, is it one a comma? This is just ridiculous. Does it want it in this format? Like, we have no idea what this wants from us, what format it should be. Why would you make a game where it's so unclear? Surely we don't have to know something like this. There has to be some better way. All right, there has to be some better way. Or we just go to the hint, but this is so crazy. Rob says, I'm not even sure it's a 25 in here. I mean, look at the tiger now. When you look at it, boy, does that look like a 52 to me now, though. And the fact that that clue says use your favorite numbers, which is such a weird thing to say, to me seems very clear that we should be looking for numbers. So I feel like we've got the right idea. I feel like that's a 52 and that's a 25. I'm sure we're looking for numbers. Just don't know. I like to stick a knife in this guy and make him tell me his password. We don't even have to say, tell me your password. We're going to just like threaten to kill him unless he tells us what format password the website wants. Can you imagine torturing someone and being like, I don't need your password. I can figure that out. What I really need to know is if the website wants lowercase or uppercase. The mirror doesn't really help us, though. We've tried 25s and 52s. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back, and then I think we'll do something that I'm loath to do, but when my frustration gets to a certain threshold, we just have to check the hints, especially since we think we figured it out. We'll take a break. If someone can figure it out, has more patience than me to try a couple things, please feel free to do it and let us know if we're on the wrong track. Otherwise, we'll take our break. We'll come in, we'll check the hints, and we'll get out the bullets and see how many bullets we want to give this puzzle. Deep breath. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've entered a very frustrating little puzzle here trying to figure out this guy's password. It seems clear to me that he's got numbers on his chest. The login wants his username and a password, which is typically your favorite numbers. So it feels clear that we should have the information, but we can't get it to work. But we don't know if that's because we're putting in the wrong format. On the other hand, in addition to formatting issues and issues of tiny little pictures, we really don't know if we've got his information. And there is a little bit of a sign that we could get more information about this guy. If he's Bonita's boyfriend, then it's possible someone else like Bonita will tell us his favorite numbers. So I'm a little hesitant to look at a hint. Now, on the chat, Debbie, there was some talk about whether the map might have like tiger or praying hands. We are told about, there's the diving school, and Debbie says there is a church here, but no sign of where a tiger would be. But we actually have nowhere else to go. Oh, I guess we do have the harbor stuff to go. So, for example, could it be that if we talk to the kid and ask him about the diving school, the kid's going to say, oh, yeah, the diving instructor, his favorite numbers are X and Y. But is the kid going to tell us the login format? And then there's some discussion in the chat about what do we get if we log in? What's the title charts? So that's what's going to get us access to the login. If you wanted to know what that's about, I suspect what we're going to have is Diana's missing, right? Look at this map. The reds are the high tides. I suspect that we're going to have to figure out like where Diana got wrecked. Like Diana is going to be waiting. I don't know that she's going to be dead. I think she's going to have gotten blown off to one of these islands. It looks like they're unidirectional. Can you see, like from the stormy beach, you only go to the left and then you go this way. I suspect we're going to find out that she's either on the sunny beach or here, and we're going to have to put in those coordinates. But let's, all right. If no one has figured out the login issue, perhaps we need to just bite the bullet and do it here. I really hate to do this. So what do we do? Do we go here and ask for hints and help? Ugh. Don't worry if you're at a point. Look at the illustrations on the cards. I mean, did we need to look at this again? Doesn't feel like that's favorite numbers. That's 25. There's no other numbers here. Okay, hints for cards. Let's do it. Let's do a hint for card 25. Then maybe not 25. It's 67. Let's see if there's a hint for 67. And then that's the one we're having trouble reading. Okay, it does look like we're on the right path. Hint 1. What could Camillo's tattoos represent? If you've been to the workshop, Camillo's tattoos will help you log into the diving school website. Well, that does not, that's pretty messed up, because we've already concluded they help us log into the website. We just don't know what format it wants. But now it's suggesting that the workshop is needed to log in, which doesn't seem right because we've already got the login. We've already got access to the website. Okay, I'm not going to be messing around with the other stuff for now. There's lots of stuff with the map that's interesting, but it's not appropriate for us yet. I would guess that we don't need this login and title yet. So let's wait till we get to the the workshop. Before we start trying more stuff with the hints, but there's only one location we're faced with, and that's the harbor. And we delayed dealing with this kid who's giving out cards because we wanted to see if we needed him to help us get the card or whether we wanted to ask him about the other stuff. Now, our motivation here, we're rewinded now. We got stuck on this login. I'm just going to go ahead and give it the punishment of a single bullet for now. What do we want to ask this kid who gave us the advertisement for the diving school? We could ask him about the diving school, but I feel like we've already found the diving school on our own. His job is giving out adverts. I don't see how that's useful. I guess maybe we just ask him about the yacht. I mean, that's what we want now information about, right? We're going to go on the yacht. We don't want to board it without finding out a bit more information. So we're going to ask him about the yacht, 33. I mean, this is the second time. This is the second time the game has asked us something that's like obvious. Like, hey, you need to find out about the yacht. What do you want to do? And one of the choices is ask about the yacht. That's a very weird thing. But last time it was the correct thing to do. 1 star. Looks like we should have asked him about something else to get a better answer. But let's see what we've got. Well, I can't tell you a whole lot about the yacht. I'm not surprised. But it's definitely broken. Mechanics keep turning up and taking parts of the engine away with them. But you know who lives on the yacht, right? Diana. She got here Monday, but I only got to see her real quick yesterday afternoon when she got off the yacht. She looked real sad, so I thought I probably shouldn't try to talk to her. I really want to get her autograph, though. Since she released her first album, Indigo, her music is all I listen to. This kid seems to be keeping an eye on everything here. Maybe he knows more about who's visited the yacht. Not much is going on. On Monday, that nasty Rolando turned up to see Diana. He turned up soon after the boat got here and got on board, but a couple minutes later he left. Other than the people who arrived on the boat, no one else has been on it, apart from the mechanics, of course, the kid finishes. You thank him and turn away. So which Cubadan mechanics would be able to repair a yacht like that? Lost in your thoughts, you head on your way. So we don't get to see the other harbor cards. That's fine. We do get 1 star. I mean, I don't know what else we were going to do. It seems like we needed that information. And now we get 2 new locations. That's good. G and H. Let's hope for one of them is a workshop. So G is the yacht. And H is the fishery. No access to workshop. So yacht location is now out, and the fishery location is now out. And we're done with this kid. There's a mention of mechanics, but not a workshop. We know that Amato Perez's calendar had him going to the workshop every 6 p.m., but we don't have any way of knowing where that workshop is. We're going to have to find it somehow on our own. Debbie says, clearly we don't need the kid to log in. I agree with that. If you're trying to find out about the yacht, I guess we should ask about that. Yes. All right. So where do we want to go? Do we want to get on board the yacht, or do we want to go to the fishery? That's our question. Let's look at the yacht. So we can already see in the yacht, I see a little baby tiger of some sort. Glass. Someone is sad. Is that? I don't know who that is. That's probably BJ. Got some animals here. Or we could go down to the fishery. We don't really know why we would go to the fishery. It seems like, I guess we should go to the yacht. I mean, we're here. We might as well go to here where the here is. But let us see where the fishery is. We're down by the harbor, right? We're down by the harbor, and there's the fishery right next door. I guess they're pretty close. All right, let's just go into the yacht. Let's not overthink it. I'm curious if the other questions we could have asked him were more important. All right, let's take a close look at this, though. We've got a sad woman. We've got a glass of something with a cap on it, cap off it, and we've got animals, rare exotic animals. The deck of the yacht is full of exotic animals, and you decide to give them a wide berth. You see a business card stuck to a large terrarium of frogs, so you take it off and tuck it in your pocket. In the middle of all this chaos is a woman who seems pretty tense. She's on a cell phone and is screaming hoarsely at someone on the other end of the call. No! I've told you 1,000 times Diana will definitely want a nap before the shoot, and she cannot sleep without her lavender pillow. And no, I don't know where she is, but I do know that as soon as she turns up, the first thing she'll go to is her acupuncture appointment. She had one on Monday when she first got here, and it's totally calmed her down. Yes, I've got all her meetings under control. I'll make sure she doesn't miss another appointment. So she's missed some appointment, maybe. She likes acupuncture. She needs a lavender pillow to sleep. When you approach the woman, who you imagine is Diana's assistant, she gets startled and puts her cell phone down nervously. From the lingering smell of alcohol hanging around her, you can tell she must have downed a fair amount yesterday. There are a few moments of silence before she asks you what exactly you're doing here. Why are we here? Are we here to fix the engine, or are we here for Diana's video shoot? And then it wants us to get access to cards 61 and 69. That's curious that we're getting two cards here. I wonder, oh, one of them is going to be that business card. Let's see. So there's the business card we picked up of George Sanchez, a wildlife guide. We can go to that website. And here is Nia Walker, the tense woman on the cell phone. And here is the business card. A lot of more internet in this case than the previous Masters of Crime. So what did we tell this woman? Hold on a second. Before I answer your question, let me do some research on my mobile phone. Yes, I think we need to tell her about the engine fixing, since that's the inside information we have. Jamie points out that we have learned a few more things about the quiz. Like BJ is the partner, and we know her favorite color is blue. And we know about Indigo was her first album. I don't know why I didn't write it down, but now I remember it was Indigo. So maybe we can answer her quiz now. But before we do, let's finish up here. So we are going to say to fix the engine, because we know you can't go to the video shoot yet because Diana's missing, and we know where it is. So we don't need to be telling her about the video shoot. So we're going to say we're here to fix the engine. Fortunately, you've got a story ready. You tell her you're here to fix the engine, but Becca is already in the repair shop with your colleague Pablo. You make a mental, she says, obviously exhausted, you make a mental note to drop by Pablo's workshop later. Yeah, I just need to check the connections again so we don't make a mistake with the repair, you continue to lie. Annoyed, the woman nods and gets ready to accompany you into another room. As she stands up, she sways briefly and brings her hands to her temples as if she's having problems keeping her balance. When she goes ahead of you into the engine room, you pocket her cell phone, which she left on the couch. Assistants always have a lot of useful information about their bosses. Okay, this is great. We got the workshop that we wanted. We got a star. And we got a cell phone. So we get rid of the yacht card we're not allowed to have. This is a little strange. We don't get rid of all of them. We just get rid of one of them, 36, and we automatically draw 38. But what about 37 and 39? All right, let's look at what 38 is. I guess it's continuing. I guess first we should put location I out and get envelope 5. All right, well, this yacht broke this case wide open. So we've got the new workshop location. I'll put that out here. And we've got envelope 5, which I guess this will be the cell phone, and a puzzle. Let me just open it up so you can look at it. Okay, so that's the cell phone. We'll look at this in a second. But now it says take 38, which is this card. You know just enough about yacht engines to see that something's missing here. There are screws and bits of metal lying everywhere. Your untrained opinion is that this yacht won't be going anywhere for the next few days. After a short while, the assistant leaves you to deal with it on your own. Of course, you have no intention of tinkering with the engine and instead check out the bedroom. One of the floor panels is a bit loose. You'd only pick up on that if you were someone who knew something about smuggling illicit goods. You use a crowbar to lift the heavy plate, and at the bottom of the hole beneath, you discover something you're very familiar with. Some well-wrapped packages of cocaine, and not just a small amount. A quick estimate suggests it's about 25 to 35 pounds of the stuff. That's a lot of cocaine. You take a small sample. This isn't the stuff from the island. It's probably Colombian. You close the heavy plate and sneak onto the bridge of the yacht. You want to know where this yacht stopped before it got here. So we don't get access to card 37, but we do get the last card from the yacht deck, 39. The bridge is impressively large and surprisingly empty, and it makes you wonder how Diana manages to travel with such a small crew and so few security staff. You start up the onboard computer, but the screen is locked. The computer files look to be protected by some sort of security software. You won't be able to access the files without knowing what you need to input. And we get access to envelope 11 of 12. So this is going to be, I guess, a puzzle with a login. Oh, look at this. Look how nice this is. That's cool. I mean, it looks cool. I don't know if it's going to be something we care about, but that's pretty impressive looking thing. All right, well, let's look at this first then. That's our yacht location done. We've got a whole bunch of interesting stuff from it. Okay, let's take a look at what this is. Mare Infinitus Ship Control System 3.12. So it says activate red 3, green 2, blue 2, yellow 3, purple 4. It is a code. We are going to have to enter it in the website to unlock it. There's Cubados, and that looks like it matches our map of the island, except it looks like it's upside down to me. Even though, yes, okay, no, I just have the map upside down. Okay, so there's the map. Those little shadowy stuff matches this. So we can see there's a map of Cubados. It looks like maybe a space for 4 and a space for 1. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, look what it says. In rows where purple is activated, the non-activated numbers add up to 5. In rows where purple is activated. Is it saying that 3 of the reds should be on, 2 of the greens should be on, and 4 of the purple should be on? Let's keep reading. Never activate blue and green buttons with even numbers. Red and green buttons must not be activated in the same row. Yellow and blue buttons must not be activated in the same row. Okay, so clearly we've got rows. For each row, some of these are going to be on. For each row, some configuration of these are going to be on. Okay, because all of the constraints are rows. Can't do this in the same row. You can't do this in the same row. You never use these kinds of buttons. And in rows. So it's constraints about rows. Okay, so let's imagine now. We fill out all these rows. Okay, so we fill out all these rows and it's going to turn out there's only one activated on each of each color in each column. So we're going to have one of these reds is going to end up being activated, one of the greens, one of the blues, one of the 4s, one of the yellows, one of the purples. That would give us a unique set. No, that's not what it's asking. This is asking for the sum of non-activated fields. So, okay, so there could be multiple lit up in each column, and we're just adding up the digits of the non-activated. That will get us 5 digits here. And it sounds like that's the answer to the puzzle. All right. So, and what is this trying to tell us? I wonder if this is saying activate a sum of 3 red and a sum of 2 green. That doesn't make much sense. There's only one way to get this, and only 2 ways to get this, 2 ways to get this, and no ways to get this. Okay, so something else. What do you think this is telling us? Here's the part I don't understand. And this seems to be the puzzle. What is that? Activate 3. Maybe 3 reds turn on, 2 greens turn on. Okay, I think we understand how to do this, but we have to go through the steps to do it. Pretty cool, actually. Pretty interesting little puzzle. We'll come back to that. But first, we don't have to do that now. Although we are at the controls, we should, but let's take a look at, it looks like the chat and I are on the same basic page. I think it's correct number say how many of each color to activate. Yeah, it sounds like we're all on the same page. All right, now let's look at this phone thing since we've got it in our hand here. We've got some profile photos here that I don't know that we can make out. Maybe we can. I don't know if this green is going to confuse it. Okay. I don't know what that is. What about this one? That looks like a bed or something. All right, but we've got phone numbers. So this is going to be who she's talking to. Let's see, October. So this is a week and a half ago and then a week before that. Let's see if we can read these conversations to two different people. October 15th, 8 p.m. Why do we have different phone numbers above and below? I've sent you the info. She still hasn't made a will, at least not with a lawyer. I manage her schedule so I can probably slow things up a little, even if she decides to make one soon. All the same, I think it's best you don't leave it long if you want to do something. Understood, thanks. Okay, so this is our girls who owns the phone, the manager. What's her name? We have her thing here. Nia Walker. This is Nia Walker's phone. So this is Nia's phone number. She's writing, she hasn't made a will. The person she's talking to, which matches this phone number, says, understood, thanks. The money's been sent. Keep me updated. You'll get the rest of the money when you get to Barbados. She says, Diana secretly married her on the boat yesterday. Pretty stupid for a multimillionaire if she really thinks that's going to work. As the saying goes, you can't trust a sailor. The marriage won't hold up in court. You're probably still the heir at the moment. But they definitely don't know that. They'll be convinced their marriage is binding. Becca insisted they get married on the boat straight away. Okay, wow, a whole bunch of information in this one little message thing. First of all, did she marry Bonita? Second of all, Becca, that sounds like the BJ we've been looking for, the assistant. And here is a sailor who I guess the person she married is going to be a sailor. That could be Bonita, could be some other woman sailor. And she says, you're probably the heir. So does that mean she's talking to the father or someone else? Let's keep going. When you getting here? She says, we only just got to Corinto. I reckon we'll be there in 4 to 5 days. Then I'm out. I've given you all the info I paid for. Remember, we were saying when we saw the cocaine, where did she work? Where was she previously? And it looks like maybe it was Corinto. He's paying for the information. Getting in this afternoon. I expect the rest of the money by tomorrow morning. And you're on your own. And then here is a week later. Now she's talking to that's the same source phone number, which is this person, Nia Walker's phone number. She says, just apply for the superfan ad and send in a photo. That way I can get your photo in front of her. Then at least she'll have seen your face before. When do you want to board? And then this is a new person. Got it. Thought I'd get to San Diego on Monday. I can't come sooner. Got to make arrangements first and talk to my coworker. She says, San Diego's not happening. Becca was clear she wanted to leave from Tijuana. She's the boss. It's her boat. So you need to come to Mexico. Yeah, not a problem. I'll change my flight. Can you come get me from the beach? Yes, but I still haven't gotten the money. I'm not sneaking you in as a super fan for nothing. All good, sent it. So the only thing that I'm confused here, this seems to be a conversation about someone trying to get in as a super fan. Now we know that Becca owns the boat, or at least captains it. That's useful. I thought she was going to be the assistant. Becca, her boat is the Nevada. The thing I'm a little bit confused about, see if you have any thoughts about this, has to do with where they are, because here she says, we just got to Corinto. We'll be there in 4 to 5 days. And then here on October 22nd, a week later, she's saying she wants to leave from Tijuana. So you need to come from Mexico. So it sounds like the last place they were might have been Tijuana, not Corinto. But then what was she saying? Where was she saying she'll be in 4 to 5 days? I reckon we'll be there in 4 to 5 days. So is she talking about meeting someone in Tijuana? Oh, I see. The dates are different. This is the dates for this conversation thread and the superfan thread. So the superfan thread is taking place on October 22nd, all within one day. But this thread is going into November 1st. Okay. So I guess the way to read it is October 15th, this happens. Then the superfan talks and says they're going to Tijuana. Then by October 28th, they make it to Corinto. And then November 1st, 28th, she says, I'll be there 4 to 5 days. That would put us November 4th. She's arrived. So Corinto was the last place, which is going to be Corinto, maybe Corinto, Mexico, or whatever. Last stop where they got the cocaine. And got married. Okay. So I don't think we can do anything with this information yet. Put Nia out. We also have this website we haven't been to yet. This is the assassin they want to smuggle onto the boat to kill Diana. Boy, that is, you're reading something into it that seems possible, but I don't know how you're making that conclusion. Just apply for Superfan, then she'll have seen your face. Talk to my coworker. I'm not sneaking you in as a super fan for nothing. This sounds like someone's needing to come in as a super fan, so I don't think you're jumping to some conclusion that I don't think we have any reason to do yet. All right, so what do we want to do? I guess we're on the yacht. It makes sense that we should solve that puzzle before we go to the workshop, since we are on the yacht. So let's go ahead and do that. The workshop is going to either give us the information for the login that we've been needing, or we'll have to figure it out. I feel like that hint was badly phrased, but we'll do that later. Let's do one thing at a time here. I probably could use better writing space for this, but let's see what we've got. All right, we're going to activate 3, 2, 2, 3, 4. That doesn't really help us to solve it. This part does, though, these constraints. In rows where purple is activated, the non-activated numbers add up to 5. Okay, and 4 out of 5 are going to be that. So you could imagine if this was activated, then the 3 and the 2 might not be, or the 1 and the 4 might not be, and then the other 2 would. Okay, so for each case that red is activated, and most of them are, we could figure out which 2 aren't, which we could give ourselves some choices. Here again, 3 and 2 are 4 and 1, 3 and 2, 4 and 1, 3 and 2, 4 and 1. Okay, so this one can't be activated because there's no way to get these to add up to 5. That means this isn't activated, which means all of these are. So this is not activated. All of these are, right? Because we know 4 of them must be. It can't be this one because there's no way to get non-activated to add up to 5. So now it's either going to be that 1 and 4 are disactivated, or 3 and 2. And the opposite is true, right? It means either these 2 are going to be activated and these not, or vice versa. So let me just do these like this. So again, the 1 and the 4, or the 3 and the 2, these are all coming in pairs. Either the 2 and 3, or the 1 and the 4, the 2 and the, oh no, this one we know isn't. Okay, now we know, we just have to figure out which of these pairs. Now let's see our next one. Never activate blue and green with even numbers. Never activate blue and green with even, blue and green? Or does it mean no blue will ever be activated that's even, and no green would ever be activated that's even? If that's true, then that would eliminate this one, this one, this one, and this one, which would deactivate this one because it's paired, and this one because it's paired, and this one because it's paired, and this one because it's paired. So then we would know it's 1, 4, 7, 4, 1, 6, 3, 2, 8, if I'm reading this correctly. Never activate blue and green with even numbers. All right, let's try that. So then we know what this row is, this row is, this row is, and this row. And we know it would have to be these 2. And these 2. Okay, given that's true, there's 3 red, 1, 2, 3. That would mean this one can't be activated. There's 2 green. That means this one must be activated. There's 2 blue. There they are. So this one can't be activated. And there's 3 yellow. 1, 2, 3. So now I've solved it without ever using these last 2 constraints. But let's see if this is consistent or if I've done something wrong. Red and green can't be activated on the same row. Is there ever a case where red and green are activated on the same row? No. Yellow and blue must not be activated in the same row. Is there ever a yellow blue in the same row? No. So that's it. We've got it solved. Did not need so many, but maybe just in case. All right, and then other people are saying other things, but it looks like I don't need it. You can, what you should do now is tell me if you think I've done something wrong here, but it feels to me like this is correct. 4 purple, 3 yellow, 2 blue, 2 green, 2 red, 3 red, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's it. So now we're going to add up the non-activated. So that's a 1 and a 2 is a 3. Here we have a, looks a little hard to see it, a 3, a 2, and a 4. That's a 9. 3, 2, 4. Here we have a 2, 4, and a 1 is 7. And here we have a 3 and a 1 is a 4. And here we just have a 9. 3, 9, 7, 4, 9. That's what I get as the answer. Any disagreement? Three, 9, 7, 4, 9. Any agreement? There's just nothing from the chat. Rob says he thinks he likes that, I guess. All right, so we go to the website. We don't go to hints. We go to enter in codes. We tell it we want to enter the code for envelope 11. Envelope 11. Card 39 and envelope 11. Card 39 was just the one that told us to get envelope 11. All right. What is the name of the yacht? We saw that on the outside, Nevada. And now, what's the password for the onboard computer? I think it's 39749. The onboard computer turns on with a low hum. The display shows travel routes and nautical information. You quickly photograph it and turn the computer off again. Take envelope 12, you got a star. Okay. Can't tell you how happy I am that it did not say wrong password. All right, I've given us a star and envelope 12, and we're done with this puzzle. 13 envelopes. Okay, so we can put this away. We can take this and we can put this away. We don't need it anymore. Envelope 12. So this is the ship's computer. Wow, look at this. This is pretty cool. All right, so it looks like we're gonna maybe get confirmation of what we thought. Let's see if we're right. So we've got a map. Let's see, I guess we can do it like this. Okay, there's our map. There's Cubados. So we weren't quite right because this fills in a little bit. So it looks like, well, what are we looking at? Journey records from 8:13 to 11:01. But here's our 10:26 arriving in Corinto, departing on the 28th, but they didn't go straight to Cubados. First, they went to Buenaventura, Colombia. And we saw the cocaine and we said, this seems like Colombian cocaine. So actually, that was the last place they went before they headed to Cubados. And it looks like we're looking at older routes too. The oldest route in August was here. They went from Cancun to Colombia to Cubados. And then here, the blue is September. They just didn't even stop. They went through this strait, then went to Cancun, then went to Rio Chacha, Colombia, and then went to Cubados. So it looks like this yacht is moving cocaine. Let me make sure I got this blue route. The yellow route is clear. They're just going from Cancun to Colombia to Cubados. And the red route, the most recent one, is hopping from Acapulco to Corinto to Colombia to Cubados. Now, what is this blue one? Actually, they've made two routes in yellow. 813, 815, 818, and then back on the 22nd, and that's their final destination here. Oh no, arrival departure. Well, that's weird. Arrival on the 22nd, departure on the 13th. How does that make sense unless they were at Cancun for a year? That doesn't really make sense. But maybe they were there for a year. Okay. Anyway, so they're doing some routes to Colombia to Cubados. From Mexico to Colombia to Cubados. That's the basic pattern of this yacht. Mexico to Colombia to Cubados. Now, what did I want to check here? The blue. So it looks like we're departing originally on September 14th from blue. And which way are we going? Here to Colombia. So the blue route starts here, goes here to Colombia, then to Cubados, then back to Mexico, and then out on the 26th. Yes, that's what it looks like. So they leave on September 14th and they arrive at Colombia. Then on the 18th, on the 19th, they get to Cubados. Then on the 23rd, they head back to Mexico, get there on the 24th, and then leave on the 26th and vamos. The only weird part is this August. I think this might be just... I think this is just a typo. I think maybe this should have been... like the previous month. I don't know. But anyway, I think we see what's happening. It's Mexico, Colombia to Cubados. Mexico, Colombia, Cubados. Mexico, Colombia, Cubados. Okay. With dates. And we know now the last stop was not Corinto. The last stop on this trip was our red line, which is the last stop was Buenaventura Colombia was the last stop. Okay, let me see what the chat has to say about all this. The August route was Colombia to Barbados to Mexico. It was the other direction. Yellow. I see. What is going on with yellow? The earliest, well, no, not if you believe the dates. If you believe the dates of departure, 8:13 they leave. They get here at 8:15. They leave on the 17th. They get to Barbados. They leave on the 20th. If you believe this date, and then they get back on the 22nd. So here is a round trip. Maybe that's the way to make sense of these two. Here is a round trip. Starting in Mexico, to Colombia, to Barbados, and then round tripped back and arriving at 8:22. Mexico, Colombia, Barbados. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Mexico, Colombia, Barbados. That's the smuggling route here. And maybe this person is involved in the smuggling. But let's not go crazy yet. Let's do things one at a time. So we have two new locations, the workshop, the fishery. We did just get this map, which was 12. So what do we want to do now? What are our choices? That got me a little bit like I've forgotten what we were doing, but let me look at our to be done. So we have the George Santos business card that we could visit that website. We've got the password to the diving website. We've got these two locations, which is the workshop and the fishery. And we have the Diana quiz. Let's see if we know enough. Let's revisit the Diana quiz and see if we know enough for that. What's her favorite color? All right, we know the answer to that is blue. Let's just do the ones we know. What's her favorite book? We think it's Harry Potter. What's the name of her first album? It was Indigo. We've learned that. What's the name of the club where she made her debut? I don't think we know that yet. According to the Forbes interview, what is her favorite place in the world that she could see from her childhood bedroom? That's probably the lighthouse. But we're not 100% sure on that. I mean, there could be other stuff she could see there. And then what's the name of her current partner? Partner, we think, is Becca Jones. BJ, the partner. And her favorite sport is probably diving. So really, the only thing we don't know is where she made her debut. But we think that could be the place south of the plaza where she met. It would make sense that she would be talking about that in the song. So that would be, if we're right, Casa de Cayos, Copa de Sol. Neither of those are listed. But Rosa Azul is. That would be my guess, but I don't feel like we've seen that information yet. Map has dots indicating exact location. Rosa Azul is directly south of the Palazzo. If you look at that dot and you look at that dot for La Rosa Azul. Now, we know that may be her favorite place, but we don't know that that's necessarily where her premiere was. That could be a trick question. It is asking about a Vorb's interview. Favorite place that she could see. Oh no, this is where she made her debut. I mean, if we had to guess, we would guess this one. I'm not sure that I'm not sure we're positive about this or this. We know she can see the lighthouse, but that's an odd thing that would be her favorite place. No. Oh, favorite place, I see. If the lighthouse was the favorite place, but the only reason we're saying it's her favorite place is because she could see it, but it's possible she could see other things. The lighthouse is very far away. But maybe that's really the only thing you can see from her house. It looks like the only thing you really can see is the lighthouse. All right, maybe we'll try this. If it's wrong, I'm going to stop immediately and we'll go do other things because it does seem to be odd to be guessing. So what have we put? We've put the lighthouse as her favorite childhood place that she can see, and her debut is La Rosa Azul. All right, let's see what happens. Are you a true Diana superfan? Answer these 7 questions about the star. Answer all the questions correctly to unlock new content. So Blue, in an interview, I guess we have to read these in case there's information here. In an interview with Vogue in 2017, Diana stated the blue has always been her favorite color. The different shades of blue remind her of her home, Isla de Cubados. When she thinks of the color blue, she always thinks of the ocean, which she loves so much. Of course, real fans have long been able to recognize this from her album and song titles. What's her favorite book? Harry Potter. 1 point. Fans fondly remember the Met Gala where Diana met her biggest celebrity crush, Daniel Radcliffe. He was no less excited to get to know the biggest pop icon of our time because Diana is not only a huge Harry Potter fan, Harry Potter himself is also a huge fan of the Caribbean Beauty. And who can blame him? What was the name of her first album? Indigo. With 2011's Indigo, Diana conquered not only US charts, but also the hearts of millions of fans. Her super hit See Through from this album still enchants over 1 million listeners every month. What's the name of the club where she made her debut? La Rosa Azul. Diana first performed in front of an audience in her Caribbean homeland, still in a duo at the time. The young Diana thrilled her fellow Cubans in the salsa club La Rosa Azul. We think she was hanging out with Bonita. Now, according to 2020 Forbes interview, what is Diana's favorite place in the world she could see from her childhood bedroom? The lighthouse. Apparently, there's a wonderful view of the old Isle de Quevedos lighthouse from Diana's childhood bedroom, but the pop star keeps the beautiful memories she collected in this magical place to herself. The interview made one thing clear, though. The lighthouse on her home island is an absolute must-see for every Diana fan. Place, location, stack K on the board. So we got access to our lighthouse. Well done. That's right here. Okay. What's the name of her current partner, Becca James? 1 point. In 2020, Diana came out as bisexual with a clear statement against all haters and right-wing conservative critics. After separating from her management, who had previously advised her against coming out, Diana is now living her truth. Diana has been in a happy relationship with her girlfriend, Becca James, who runs a tourism company and is no stranger to stars and secrets. For over a year, the two were last seen in public getting cozy together in Mexico. We wish them both all the best and applaud Diana for her bravery. You go, Queen. What is Diana's favorite sport? Diving. Diana makes no secret of the fact that she enjoys exercising every day. Despite her Cuban roots and her past as a salsa club singer, Diana doesn't love dancing as much as she loves diving. A completely independent girl boss, she likes to swap the microphone for a diving tank, especially in dangerous Caribbean waters, to explore shipwrecks or caves. We take our hats off to such courage and coolness. Did you get all the answers right? 2 stars. Don't know anything yet? You still get 1 star. All right, so we got 2 stars. We got them all right. Well done. Let us mark our 2 stars. Okay, we're doing pretty well. And what else do we need to know from here? We hope you enjoyed the quiz. Share it with your friends. So this did unlock for us the lighthouse. And I think then we are done with that page and that puzzle. We still have the lighthouse location. I'm going to put these over here, actually. These are our 3 places that we haven't been to yet. The fishery, the workshop, and the lighthouse. And we're very interested in going to the workshop to see if we can somehow get clues to log in. I have my doubts that that's what that's going to give us. I feel like it's just going to be another way. Well, I don't know. We'll see. So 3 locations, the diving login, Jorge Sanchez's website. I guess that's it. Is there anything else? Is there anything else? And Debbie says yes. The video puzzle. The video puzzle, huh? All right, so I don't have the video puzzle up anymore. So it's a good I asked that question. I don't remember the video puzzle. I mean, I remember it, but I don't. All right, let's go back here. So we'll go back to entering codes. And it's this one. Where does the description in Bonita's song lead you? Please enter the name of the location. So Yes, we have learned now that this is La Rosa Azul. So let's go ahead and put this in. La Rosa Azul. Correct, it says. Bonita's song leads you to the Salsa Club Rosa Azul. Place location stack D on the detective board. All right, so we've only got a couple locations left, maybe 2 more left. All right, so we're making very good progress here. We've now got 4 locations, plus the diving website login, plus Jorge Sanchez, who we think might be involved in smuggling cocaine from Colombia. And I believe we're going to find that Diana is shipwrecked somewhere. I think we should go to the workshop and see if we can't get enough information to log in, but first we have to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. A little bit of discussion about whether we can finish this in one session. I mean, it does feel like we're nearing the end, but on the other hand, there's 6 envelopes left, 4 locations, plus a couple more in the deck here, 2 more maybe. So maybe I'm being overly optimistic, but it does feel like we're going to be able to finish it, to me, in one session. It's a weird feeling because unlike the other Masters of Crime, I feel like we've kind of almost solved it, but clearly not. Clearly there's more for us to do. I am very curious about the login to the diving site. If I had to guess, I'd guess this is not going to tell us. I feel like this is going to be an alternate way to get those same numbers. But maybe it's going to clarify something that was confusing. So let's take a look at the workshop card. You ask yourself how Pablo, of all people, landed the task of repairing the yacht. You've been working with Pablo for years, but not for anything that involves engines and brake cylinders. In fact, there aren't many cars being repaired in his workshop. Instead, business is booming in the back room with all the betting and cocaine sales. As you near Pablo's workshop, you see a petite woman waving her arms around and talking with a group of men, but you're too far away to hear what's being said. When you enter the workshop, they fall silent and you hear the woman finish up what she was saying. Then it's all sorted. As soon as you reach the group, the woman disappears through the open doors of the workshop. You turn to Pablo, wanting to know what's going on. The mechanic just starts rambling, complete with lots of gesturing. You follow the woman and manage to catch up with her just before she gets into her car. She looks really out of place here in this dirty alleyway with her chic designer two-piece, expensive gold jewelry, and oversized sunglasses. Is that Bonita? Okay, we can ask her about her meeting in the government palazzo or ask her about her stopover in Cubados. I don't get it. What? There's a little fly walking on that. What's tiny in real life, but giant on the camera? Okay, what's happening here? Why are we asking her about these two things? How do we know this is Becca? Why is it assuming we've concluded it was Becca when I didn't conclude it was Becca? This is weird. I guess this is Becca, but I don't know how we're supposed to have been so sure about that. I'm also a little confused here. She's the captain and she's married to our girl, Diana, who's missing. I don't know why we're not asking her about Diana. All right, well, I guess it doesn't matter how we know about this stuff. I guess it's clear that it must be Becca, the person whose yacht it is. It's a weird way to phrase it. Her stopover in Cubados. I don't know. Does that mean ask her about how it's going in Cubados or ask her why she stopped in Cubados? But it should be clear why she stopped in Cubados. She keeps coming back to Cubados, and I don't know. All right. Why aren't we asking her about what she meant when she said it's all sorted? Like, what kind of questions are these? We just saw her doing something weird. We saw her saying it's all sorted. We don't understand what that's about. And instead of asking her about that, we're asking her about these weird things. Jesse, check. It may be Becca, but check the picture of the palazzo. It sounds like the woman from the palazzo. So you're saying it's not Becca, it's this woman that we just see in this photo. We don't talk about her. It's just this person based purely on this photo, or do we hear about it? Do we talk about it with Perez somehow? I mean, there's no mention of this woman here, or is there? You notice some brochures, you get up the flight. I mean, I don't see how you can make the connection. I mean, I see what you're going for, because she said we said, how is your meeting at the government palazzo? But oversized sunglasses, I agree. Yeah, it does kind of look like her with her oversized sunglasses. All right, so, but I do think you make a good point. Like, we don't know what to ask her about, so we could use the clue that we recognize her from here to ask her about the palazzo. All right, let's just do that. 45. I'm finding that pretty frustrating. But let's just do that. 45. I just don't know why we're in the workshop. Suddenly we're asking this mystery woman not about the stuff we saw her do, but this stuff. The woman looks puzzled for a moment. She's clearly surprised that you know about her contact with Perez. I mean, Debbie was right. That was the right thing to do. I have no idea who you are, so why should I tell you what I'm planning to do? The woman says coldly. On the rare occasion when you have to bother to introduce yourself to someone, your name alone is usually enough to get them to either talk or be silent. That's the case here, too. It's clear she's heard your name before. Becca James, pleased to meet you, she says, matter-of-factly, reaching out her hand. I'm in Cubados with my girlfriend for business. We brought my yacht to take care of some things here. I'm a successful tour operator. She's a musician. She's here to make a music video on her home island. Amado Perez has welcomed us both here so warmly. Obviously, we are useful context to have for someone trying to rebrand Cubados. I'm sure Diana's fans would love to see her homeland, and I think the island could use some American tourists. There are definitely some support opportunities with the boats and yachts that cruise around here, don't you think? So we're getting a star for this. However, we now have to make a choice. We're getting her profile, so let's go ahead and look at that. Here is Becca James. Okay. All right, I can see it. We're getting rid of the workshop card, one of them that we're not allowed to look at. And it is Becca James. It's both the woman sitting in the office and the wife. She's referring to girlfriend. She's not saying she's married to her, and I'm not sure why. It sounds like we should probably do number 2, confront her the fact that we know she's married to Diana and figure out why. But it does seem like Becca James might be the smuggling person. Maybe Diana knows nothing about the smuggling. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's possible that they're smuggling with Amado Perez, but it's also possible he's just trying to use it for publicity. The marriage was secret. Was it a secret? So the engine being broken, we don't really have information to... We could talk to her about it because we don't know how it broke. So we might get information about why the yacht engine broke and how. Maybe someone is sabotaging it. We don't know. But it seems like Diana is the person we're looking for. So should we confront her with her relationship with Diana? Card 48. You guys don't have to wait for me to ask a question. As soon as we get a choice, you guys should start typing what you'd rather do. Debbie says, assume Becca knows about the cocaine in the engine room. Not sure if we should share it. Was the cocaine in the engine room or in the bedroom? No, the cocaine was in the bedroom. It says, you check out the bedroom. One of the 4 panels is loose. So it's the bedroom where the cocaine is, but we could ask why the engine is broken. But I feel like, well, Rob says we should go to 47, though he doesn't say why. If we shared our information about the engine room, we don't have information to give her that she doesn't already have. She has more than us. Why would we share that information? We don't know how an engine works. We just walked in there, it was broken. So I think 48 has to be it. We're not going to be able to shed light. The only thing we can shed light about our engine is that the guy repairing it doesn't know how to repair it. Becca is indignant about your question. Diana is obviously the love of my life. She wanted to return home after all these years to shoot her video here, and I support her completely. When you tell her Diana failed to turn up to her meeting with Amado Perez today, Becca is surprised at how well informed you are. Oh, unfortunately, I think she's burned out and overwhelmed from being on the island. Of course, she's emotional at the moment. That's why she needed some time off yesterday, but she's able to rely on me to take over all the important jobs. When she didn't turn up at the meeting with Amado Perez this morning, naturally I was disappointed, but she should take all the time off she needs in order to feel like herself again. As long as she makes it to the video shoot tomorrow, everything will be okay. I'm happy to stand in for her now like anyone would do in a loving relationship. Without another word or even saying goodbye, Becca James pulls her car door closed, starts the engine. You turn and head back to find Pablo in the workshop. You'll be interested to hear what he has to say about Becca's visit. And we get a star. All right, I think our girl is alive and on one of these islands. Maybe she found out that her wife was dealing drugs. So we lose card 47, but we do get to go back into the workshop to talk to Pablo. Remember, we were hoping to get information about the password. Pablo is counting his betting receipts in the back room. It's still a couple of hours until the lottery numbers have drawn, and you're itching to play. Pablo has a ticket in front of him that hasn't been filled out, so maybe now's the right time to put your lucky numbers in. Like many Cubans, you can't deny your love of the lottery. Always bet your lucky number. La Charada is always right. Whether you've had a vision today or a repeated encounter, it all has a deeper meaning, Pablo advises you. You know he's right. Every Cuban has their own lucky numbers. Most Cubans never change them and use them for everything. You're less strict about it and generally like to switch your numbers up. So what numbers are you going to use today? Boy, that's weird. So as I expected, this did not... Well, let's see what 7 is. I think it just tells us why Camilo has his lucky numbers tattooed on him. But it's not telling us what format the website wants them. But let's see. So it actually is animals and numbers. All right. 17. So we hallucinated seeing a 25 in that, and we hallucinated seeing a 52 in this. Ridiculous. Okay. All right. So this is an interesting situation because we're using this lottery to figure out Camillo's password now, despite seeing numbers in there, 5225. That seems like it was just there to trick us. I still can't believe those were accidents, but notice that that's a different question than what's here. This seems to be asking us what numbers we want to play. But notice do you have, what jumps out to you? Do you have any thoughts? Because I have some absolute thoughts. I think this paragraph here is a clue. Whether you always bet your lucky number, La Charada is always right. Whether you had a vision today or a repeated encounter in bold, it all has a deeper meaning. So I think that's a clue. The goat, absolutely right. Absolutely right. The goat. I think it's telling us that we keep having visions of goats. So I think 27 is it. I think we only have to put in the one number. I think maybe we just have to guess goat, but might we need two numbers? Always bet on your lucky number. But then above it says put your lucky numbers in. What numbers are you going to use? So is there any other thing that we keep seeing lots of? I don't feel like it. I feel like it's just going to be goat, all goats. Okay, let's do this lottery, and then we'll see about the login. All right, so we go to our page here, and we enter a code, and this time we want card 49, which is this lucky number. You only need to enter one number. Okay, 27, it's the goat. Wow, today's your lucky day. Of course, it must have been the goat. It's been following you around the whole day. Wasn't it even right in front of you, right in front of the workshop? In any case, you're extremely happy about winning, even if you don't actually need the money. You do get a star, though. Okay, I'll take it. Okay, that's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. We noticed the goat. It came up. And now we can go back to the diving site, which is not there. Where was, I guess that's just the diving site. It's not a code. It was log into the diving site. Okay. So now we know that Camillo has the prayer and the lion. Okay. Prayer and the Tiger, 17 and 42. Okay. Maybe it doesn't matter what order. Let's just do 17 and 8. Or 8 and 17, no leading 0. Hopefully it'll accept anything of this similar form, but let's see. 8 and 17 with no leading 0. Yes, okay. So in actuality, it probably accepted a whole range of ways to put that in. Do we need to translate this? I don't think we want to, but maybe we do need it translated. Now, how am I going to have that done? Translate. Okay. Here's the tides. Ebb, flood, Monday, Tuesday. Probably that's like low tide, high tide. Because, yeah, ebb and flood probably, is there a way, this feels like it sent us to the wrong page and there might be an English version? No, I mean, it feels like there should be an English version of this page because we don't want to depend on translation. But I believe the idea of this, if I'm understanding what it's trying to get at, is it's probably telling us high tide, low tide, which is on this map. So there is an English page, en/tides. All right, let's try that. I don't know why it's not sending it to us. Okay, there it was. As hypothesized, it's about low tide and high tide. So let's bookmark this so we can come back to it if we forget it. All right, so as we guessed, it's about the low tides and high tides. Today is Wednesday the 3rd. So I guess what I'm thinking is if you look at this map, she went up at the diving school. If we know where she went, we can see the high tides go this way. The low tides go this way on the white lines. And we can see the speed of current is 1 hour per arrow. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to learn that she took off from a certain location at a specific time. And we're going to, like, if she left here at 8 and we know that the high tide was on, then she would have gone this way. And then we can track and find out where she ended up. We don't have to do that yet. We can just refer to this when we know where she left from, etc. All right. Well, we don't have the details of that yet, but we don't need it. We've logged into the website. We've won our lottery. We have talked to the kid. The chat reminds me the kid with the card saw her, say he saw her today. There's a button at the bottom of the page to go to the English. I see. That's how we got there. All right. I went to the government. Okay, so we've just got our 3 locations left and business card. We don't need the diving club card anymore. But we might want to check out George Sanchez's business card. We think I wonder if we're not going to get a phone number that matches up with the cell phone logs. Why don't we go ahead and do this while we're at the website already? Okay, so what have we got here? wildhomelife.com. wildhomelife.com/English. Jamie says, I think Camilo mentioned her diving at 7:30. Okay, well, we're going to have to look into that. Looks like we have a little video. Have you always wanted to come face to face with the wildest animals in the world, preferably in your own room? So it wants, again, more internet in this case than any other Masters of Crime we've played. But let's see, we've just got a bunch of animals. We sell exotic and rare animals from the Colombian jungle, as I expected. This is their Colombian contact. Our mission is to offer as many unusual and interesting species as possible, from the powerful anaconda to the adorable sloth and the deadly poisonous dart frog. We offer the largest selection of endangered animal species. Let's see, here's information about the golden poison arrow frog. Boy, this font is small. Why is it so small? The deadliest animal in the Colombian jungle is by far not the panther or anaconda, but a small yellow frog whose poison can kill up to 10 human adults. Oh, is that what they're trying to, is that how they're going to try to kill her? We saw some of these frogs on the ship. So he's got his poison arrows near rivers, found only in a very small region around the Rio Saja River near the Pacific coast. There it is. And we saw they have some of those on the yacht. The golden poison arrow frog is a representative of the family of Dendrobatidae, meaning tree climbing frogs. The poison of a single frog is so deadly it can kill 10 adult humans. It can cause death even on contact with the skin, where it enters the bloodstream through open pores or micro injuries of the skin. 20 minutes after skin contact, strong burning pain sets in. Shortly thereafter, the toxin causes muscle paralysis, cessation of breathing, cardiac arrest. But don't worry, poison dart frogs produce their poison by eating specific types of insects. Our specimens, always freshly caught, lose their poison after only a week in your terrarium. That's so interesting. They get their poison by eating specific insects. So if they don't eat the insects, they lose their poison. That's so cool. Show your friends how wild you are. Wild animals on your four walls, handpicked self-caught animals, free delivery to 30 countries. And what if we click access now? What do we see? Buy a specific animal. Snapping turtle, what if you click buy? Nothing happens. How much percentage of all of these are sold? Crocodiles, golden frog, and anaconda, tigers, and cute kittens. You can't actually buy them. Wildlife package. Receive 10 frogs, a baby cougar, and a snake of your choice, and a snapping turtle with the purchase of $250 or more. Worldwide shipping, our main location in Colombia, right on the Rio Saja. Does that match up with where they're traveling? Guess we don't know. Is there anything else to do on this webpage? It's just a lot of information about the frogs, really. I'm not sure. Oh, and a video. Okay, let's watch this video together. Don't know why the video is important to us, but let's see, maybe it is. Okay, let's see what we've got here. I don't hear any audio. I don't think either of us are. I don't think there is any audio with this. I don't hear any audio. You don't hear any audio. What are we looking at? It's like a live feed of a leopard. I mean, it's beautiful. Is there supposed to be audio narration? It's kind of weird. How long is this video? It's only 41 seconds. It's just repeating. It's a sleeping leopard. He wakes up. Okay, what? Now he's barking? It's just him for 41 seconds. There's nothing to hear or do. A little odd. Is there... No, that's all there is to it. Okay, I don't... No one... So everyone has tried... Someone has tried it on their home PC and confirmed that they're not getting audio either. Okay, so what are we do? What is there to do? What do we think the point of this? It just seems to be telling us about the frogs. Maybe it's like a red herring to make us think that the frogs could kill her and to confirm they were in Colombia, but I don't think there's anything else here for us. All right, well, let's not overly worry about it. This seems like I guess we are confirming that this guy is in Colombia. I thought we might get a phone number here. Hold on a second. Social media. Can we click on these? Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Info about the animals. What I was thinking is we would get a phone number of this guy that we could then match up with one of the calls, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The imprint stuff is more like it's from Cosmos Games. It's the real imprint. So that's not really. Info about the animals just goes up to another page. We are given some person's name, but that doesn't match this. Okay, I guess that's it. All right, well, we don't have to worry about that for now. Let's get back to work. I think the place to go is the lighthouse, her favorite place, or the place where they first met with Bonita. Okay, so C plus D. One is Diana, but who's C? BC, is this our Becca? Okay, and then someone is here taking a photo of it. So is this recent that she's been here and done this? Camillo. Oh yes, you're right. It's Camillo because they used to have a thing. All right, let's visit this lighthouse. As you approach the abandoned lighthouse, you spot a tourist with a camera. You'd hope no one else would be here so you could search for clues. With this tourist hanging around, you can forget about doing that. It looks like two people spent the night in the deserted room of the lighthouse. There are candles, glasses, an empty wine bottle, and two sleeping bags in one corner of the otherwise empty room. Let's remember, so Diana is bisexual, not lesbian. So is she having an affair with Camillo? He didn't let on. Candles, glasses, empty wine bottles, and two sleeping bags in one corner of the otherwise empty room. Everything smells of lavender. Remember, Diana's favorite pillow is lavender. So that's it. I think she might have hooked up with Camillo. Everything smells of lavender, even though lavender doesn't grow around here. To make things worse, the high-spirited tourist seems to think your appearance here means you're looking for some conversation. So she starts asking a load of annoying, pointless questions about the island and about Diana. It'll take you a while to shake her off, but you can use this as a chance to get some more information. Maybe she knows something about Diana that you don't. She must be a big fan of Diana's. Why else would she have come up here to see the lighthouse? Is this our super fan? All right, so let's give ourselves a star. And now we're taking the photo of this tourist. We're taking the profile of Emma Lee. You know who this is, right? Who's Emma Lee? This is our reporter. Emma Lee is Emma Lee. This is the reporter from the newspaper. So that's our clue that we figured out that this is the reporter. Given that we figured out this is the reporter, can we intuit what the right thing to do here is? We could bring up Susie Miller. And is that because Susie Miller is the editor of the paper? Yes. So it makes sense that we should be asking her about Susie Miller because we've made the connection. The reason we're picking that is not because we care about Susie Miller, but we want to say, hey, we know who you are. That will get us an in. So we're going to bring up Susie Miller, 55. The woman looks surprised for a moment, gives you a winning smile, and then speaks in a semi-serious tone. I can see I'm not the only one who's doing some research work on the island. Emma Lee, with whom do I have the pleasure? You know that the woman isn't actually a tourist, but a journalist, so you're not about to give her your real name. You claim to be from a local police department. Emma Lee then gives you straight answers to all your questions about Diana's disappearance. The last time I saw her was yesterday afternoon on the yacht. I heard her arguing with her girlfriend, Becca James. It was something about some tourism deal that Becca had closed by using Diana's name. Diana sounded like she felt betrayed, and she even wanted to leave the island immediately. Then she took off. Since then, Becca has been organizing everything on her own. So I decided to look around the island. Before you can press her any further, she turns, picks up her backpack, and ends the conversation. Is that it then, officer? If not, you'll have to question me another time. When she swings her backpack over her shoulder to leave, two small pieces of paper flutter down from an open pocket. She doesn't notice them fall. You let her leave and then tuck the pieces of paper into your pocket. And we get a start. Okay, so we handled this interaction very well. And we are accumulating our stars. So far, so good. The lighthouse remaining cards, 53 and 54, we don't get to see. But we do get card 63. Now, why is that? Card 63 is the photo of Camillo. And is it Bonita and Diana? Is that what we're looking at? Are we looking at, where's our, I think we need that photo to keep reminding us which one is Bonita and which one is Diana. Maybe we're going to see it on this envelope. We haven't met Bonita. We did meet Bonita, but we didn't get a picture of her, which is a little frustrating. All right, so this is the other thing that fell out of the pocket. So some disagreement about which one is Bonita and which one is Diana. But wow, look at this. Okay, so this is Emma Lee's note. News article ideas starting at Tijuana. Why? Becca wanted a stopover in Colombia. Why? Just for the animals? No, it's to get drugs. Perez meeting. Why both of them? Involved in the drug trade? Question mark. That's been scratched out. Politician more significant than previously thought. Incubados against his will. Tell Susie. More leads, ideas, and questions. Where is the stuff grown? What's Diana's role? Is she an addict? No. What quantities and which routes? And is there a middleman? Seems like they're saying this politician, Perez, she's concluded isn't involved in the drug trade. Maybe it's more significant just to have a politician. And then what she's got here is title ideas. Whose line is it anyway? Amado Perez blows his second chance, and Perez's Caribbean career 6 feet under. And then there's this weird thing. What's this about? Okay. Now, how are we going to settle this question about, I guess we don't have to settle it yet, but did we get our document that will help us? Yes, here. Okay. So this was Bonita. So it's Bonita, I think, in the background. I think it's Bonita in the background and Diana on the shoulders. And the channel says you can see them on the front too. Yeah, okay, so there we go. There's Diana with the shells in her hair and Bonita with the headband, which is consistent here with Diana being on Camillo's back and Bonita being in the background. Jealous. And we found in the lighthouse, which has got a note about love heart with Camillo and Diana. 2 people were sleeping there, and clearly one is Diana because of the lavender. So she's re-hooked up with Camillo, it seems, but she's also angry with Becca. And Jamie points out something pretty subtle that you recognize, which is that this is in the past before he got the tattoos. I think that's right too. I assume this was in the past. Also because Bonita is pregnant now. So that's that. All right. Next stop is at the club La Rosa Azul, the Blue Rose. You usually don't have time to hang out in salsa clubs, but as you step inside La Rosa Azul, you get the feeling you're not missing out. The cheap speakers are throwing out a tinny version of Diana's music, and her smiling face beams from every wall. Next to a large poster of her face, you notice a shift schedule. You take it down and then head into the dance room, where the air is stale and warm. All 5 of the tourists who have found their way to Cubados are in here. In the midst of all the dancers moving to the music, you spot Bonita Williams. The salsa teacher is obviously struggling with the participants' lack of rhythm and the booming music and the stuffy air in this cramped little space. You already know Bonita. She's considered to be the best singer in Cubados, apart from Diana. course. You catch her attention and she interrupts her class, thankful for the short break. So notice the order here. Like, are we supposed to not look at 4 until we make our decision? I really wish they were a little clearer about those things. We keep hitting occasional things about the order of making decisions. All right, we're getting the card for Bonita, which is right here. There she is, Bonita Williams. And we get a star. Did I already add the star? I don't think I did. Please tell me if I did already add the star for Bonita Williams, and I will remove it. Now, should we be looking at this before we make this choice? It is not clear. I really wish that was made clear. It's placed in such a way that it's ambiguous. I guess if you had to guess, you'd say do that first, but here it's the shift schedule, which we could see on the wall. So it seems like we should read this before we have to make a decision. I don't think this is really going to affect our decision, but let's take a look at it. So here's Bonita. Lylene won't work on the same day as Inesi. Miranda. Workout shifts for Monday and Tuesday. Bella doesn't want late shift on Tuesday, doesn't want to work same day as Lylene. Check the working hours are maximum 20 hours, otherwise trouble with Cubadan authorities. Questions or to swap shifts. Gabriel, that's just giving us someone's phone number. So this is a little bit of a constraint puzzle, right? Here's our day. This looks like it's giving Bonita an alibi. She was writing, but we're supposed to figure this out. And why would that be? Why do we care about this? It's not a puzzle. We're not supposed to put it in, enter it in anywhere. Maybe it's just this, but why is this all this puzzle stuff? Does the phone number match any of our numbers? 2381. No. So this is confusing to me. It doesn't seem to be a puzzle. It seems to be constraint, satisfaction, but it doesn't seem relevant for us. So I guess we'll just worry about it later. Weird. Maybe it'll make sense later, or maybe someone in the chat can figure out significance. Let's get to business, though. What choice do we want to make here? Doesn't seem like we want to ask her about her family. We've already figured out that her father of the kid is Camillo. And I don't know why we would compliment her. That doesn't seem to get us anywhere. What we really want to know is about Diana. You should take off the star. Again, Jesse. Okay, so I guess that's your way of answering my question if I already put it. I guess you're saying, yes, I did put it twice. Okay, I've taken off the star. Remember to use full sentences because I'm not sure when, by the time I see something, I don't know what it's asked. But okay, I can see from the chat that everyone said, okay, you just added the star. Yes, you already added the star. Take off the star. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. That's corrected. All right. So Asking her about our music would probably make her like us. That's an interesting idea. All right, well, what do you want to do? Do you just want to compliment her to get on her good side? Or do you want to ask her about what we care about? She's got a rivalry with Diana, so maybe we should try to butter her up. All right, let's try it. We've been doing the obvious for a while. Let's try to be a little subtle. Let's compliment her and see what happens. Here we go. You start by complimenting the stressed dance teacher. Bonita's mood immediately lifts as she responds, "You know what? Cubados is always reduced to talking about her, when actually we've got a lot more to offer here. More interest." I don't know why she's speaking in a German accent. "More interesting people, better voices, prettier faces. Just like in the song you ask." She nods in agreement. "I wrote that for myself and for my boyfriend. I've always written songs. Back then, I wrote them for me and her. Then she was discovered. She stole all my songs and made out like they were hers. Now it's all just generic pop. You can also tell how average her voice is. If it wasn't for her looks, nobody would be interested in her. Although I think people are slowly starting to realize that. The people who matter, at least." You let Bonita vent her hatred of Diana without interrupting her. Before you can ask her any more questions, the dancers call her back to continue the class. Somewhat listlessly, Bonita goes back to salsa dancing, and you head out of the club. I mean, we didn't get any information here, but it does seem like she wouldn't have killed her, because she wouldn't put her animosity on display. If she killed her, she'd be saying, "Oh, she was good. I liked her. We were old friends." All right, so now we get a new star for real. We didn't really learn anything here. That was an odd visit. 23 and 24 get thrown away. I feel like we might have missed something there, but that's okay. It did confirm stuff we already knew about. The songs were originally between the two of them. Okay. Fishery, next up. This is our last location of currently available. But there are more locations in the deck, a couple. Further down the harbor, you notice something's going on. Some of the fishermen are leaning over a net, waving their hands around wildly. These tough sea dogs are not usually given to dramatic gestures. Oh, I think they did find the body. Okay, so much for being stranded on an island. You have an uneasy feeling in your gut as you draw close. One brief glance of the net tells you why the fishermen are so upset. Caught up in the net, wearing only her bikini, is, without any doubt, Diana, the internationally renowned pop star, dead. So instead of my theory about her being shipwrecked, we are going to figure out when she was killed and her body drifted back to the fishery. That's my theory. You can't let it out that Diana is dead. It's definitely better than Diana stays missing for a while until you... It's better that Diana stays missing for a while until you found out what happened. That means you need somewhere to hide the body. It's probably also a good idea to use police resources to do some background research into Diana's entourage. But first, you're going to need to make sure the fishermen keep this on the down low. What's the best way to deal with them? Place location L on the board. Okay, so we've got one more location beyond after location L. I'll just put that out here somewhere. Okay, so there's location L, the police station. And we take card 64. So we are almost done with the game. 64, is this the dead body? It is Diana when she was looking decidedly not dead. Okay. All right, what do you want to do? Bribe them, threaten them, or ask them for advice? So we want them to keep quiet. You need to make sure the fishermen keep this on the down low. How are we going to make these fishermen keep this on the down low? Bribe them, threaten them, or ask them for advice? Rob says bribe them. Let's see. They're tough as sea dogs, are not usually given to dramatic gestures. That might mean threatening them is not going to work. They're tough. They're not easily threatened. Probably a good idea to use police resource. And we need to hide the body. Maybe we should be asking them for advice, but then will they tell someone? Debbie says, let's see. The chat is chiming in here. Bribe them, bribe them, bribe them. Bribe or ask for advice. They're tough. Probably won't work to threaten them. Okay, I like that idea. That it's not going to work to threaten them, but should we be asking for advice? Like, we do need a place to hide the body. You need somewhere to hide the body, and we don't know where to hide the body. I wonder if we should be asking them for advice. I think we could ask them for advice and then bribe them, but that's not the choice we've been given. If we ask them for advice, they might tell us a little bit about the title things. Well, I don't think we need that. All right, what should we do here? I think we should ask them for advice. That's the more interesting thing. Bribing, they might be too proud for a bribe without just to shut up. But maybe if we ask for advice, I think we should ask for advice. 43. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Okay, that was the wrong thing to do, it looks like. 43. Well, I don't know. We got a puzzle. You glance at your wristwatch. It's already 5 p.m. Silently, you look at the body, which after several hours in the water is not a pretty sight. You've seen drowned corpses before. The pulmonary foam. It's just weird. Pulmonary foam around their mouths attests to the agony of their final moments. But there isn't any foam around Diana's mouth. Her body also looks uninjured. Apart from having floated around the water for a while, you can't see any obvious signs that her death was the result of an attack. Puzzled, you turn to speak to the fishermen. They seem surprised you're asking them for advice. Normally, you'd be the one calling the shots. One of the men steps forward with a brilliantly simple solution, but there is one catch. You now owe the fisherman. While you're all carrying the body to the small fishing hut and stashing it in one of the freezers, you're already starting to regret making the fisherman your partners in crime. All you've got to go on so far is Anna's body was caught in the fisherman's net close to the harbor around 5 p.m. You need to determine where Diana's body washed up from. If you can find that out, you'll find more clues about what happened. All right, well, we definitely didn't do the right thing for points here. It does sound like this was the puzzle about picked up. Boy, we missed out on some stars here. I guess it doesn't like this. I guess that was a bad idea. All right, we'll deal with that later. Diana's body caught up in the fisherman's nets close to the harbor. So body at harbor. I have a feeling that information is being presented no matter what card you drew. Now you need to determine where the body washed up from. That's a very awkward sentence. I think what it means, where was the body dumped in the water and that it made its way to the harbor, like washed up from. I don't think that's a very poor way to say it, but I think what it's trying to suggest, because the natural gamey question would be, where did it go into the water that it ended up at the harbor at 5 p.m.? To me, that makes sense as the puzzle. I wish we could kill those fishermen now or bribe them. I don't know why we can't still bribe them, but okay. So, body was someplace that was low tide at time of death, then later was high tide to place it into the ocean. I don't think that's 100% right. I think the point is it was at the harbor at 5 p.m., or I guess it could have been stuck at the harbor if it was low tide there. Let's find our map. So something like that, but let's see. So the body is found at the harbor at 5 p.m. And then we're going to track it back. Although I guess if it's low tide at the harbor, it might have gotten there a little earlier. But we're going to follow it back. And we're probably going to see that it dropped in the water somewhere here. Rob says, check the website, what format? I think we know it's going to be a grid location, but let's go to the website and look for the tide information. So let's see here. So on Wednesday from 3 a.m. to 9 a.m., we don't care about any of that. We just care starting at 5 p.m. So starting at 5 p.m., it was low tide. So what we think is then the body could have been there as early as 3 p.m. and just sat there. But if we assume it was at 5 p.m., so low tide 3, okay, so let's do it this way. I think that means, let's say it washed up at 5. So I think 5, 4, 3. And then it becomes high tide. So then we follow the high tides. So 5 to 4, 4 to 3, 3 to 2, 2 to 1, 1 to noon, and then it's still high tide. So noon to 11, 11 to 10, 10 to 9. because it's still high tide at this point, 9 a.m. So I think that's the answer. I think that's our answer. So we can track it in the other direction. If I'm right, her body was dropped into the loner's cave at 9 a.m. And then my prediction is that 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. Then it becomes low tide, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, when it was found at the harbor. So there you have it. Dropped in the water at the loner's cave. Body of Diana dropped in water at loner's cave at 9 a.m. Does anyone disagree with that and think that I'm solving this wrong? Loner's cave is at I2, by the way. All right, but does anyone disagree with that being where her body fell into the water and then the tides took it on this route? And it is near the diving school. All right, so let's go in, and if everyone's in agreement with that, we can go ahead and say that we are now solving the puzzle of the fishery, which is card 43, which is here. I mean, I guess, yes, this is all fishery cards. And envelope 3, is that our map? So it is giving you a little clue, leaking information about this, what you need. Okay, where did Diana die? Enter a quadrant, e.g. D4. Okay, so I2 is where she died. That must be it. Very good. The currents lead you directly to this location. Draw location J cards. Okay, so this is our last location. And it is a speedboat. And is that Camillo on that speedboat? All right, here we go. That is Camillo on the speedboat where our girl died. Let's see what he has to say for himself. If Diana was caught in the fisherman's net around 5 p.m., it makes sense to look for clues around Loner's Cave, and you'll need to get there by sea. You're not confident going alone, so you head back over to the diving school. Oh, he's there because we got him there. You see Camillo there, still doesn't seem to have finished his shift. Doesn't take much persuading to get him to take you over to Loner's Cave by boat. The usually laid-back diving instructor is now visibly concerned about Diana. You're not going to tell him that his fears are well-founded. On the boat, you slip into one of the wetsuits. Using the tidal currents, you've worked out the point where a small cave will open up into the cliff face. You point out the spot and look to Camillo for a response. That's a cave system you can swim through if you're a competent diver, he explains. But watch out, boss, because when the tide rises, we've got to get back. The current gets so strong it will pull you out of the caves. You've heard all you need to, and you've just spotted the boat Diana borrowed from the diving school nearby. Now it's time for action. So we get a star. And now we get card 51. Time for action. You're a reasonable diver, but Camilla was right. This route is difficult. The dive takes a while, and the visibility is suboptimal at best. There's very little daylight, and you're glad you've changed into the wetsuit. From experience, you know it'll be even colder just a few meters down. Take envelope 9 out of the game box. You and the rest of the group can only look at the envelope while you hold your breath because you're underwater working as a team. You have a maximum of 3 dives over the course of the game to look at it. Then the tide will rise and quickly fill the cave. If you manage to work out what's going on within these 3 dives while still holding your breath, you get a star. You can also ignore this rule, but if you do, you won't get a star. This is weird. There's 3 envelopes left. It feels like we're at the end of the game. That's the last location card to read. Oh, we haven't been to the police station yet. We haven't been to the police station yet to do research. All right, but then it seems to suggest we're allowed to do this 3 times. All right, so we'll do our first dive now, then we'll go to the police station. All right, we're going to do a dive now as we look at this. And what's the idea? It just says if you can figure out what's going on. If you can figure out what's going on. Okay, here we go. Get rid of this. We're just trying to figure out. All right, so we're going to look at this together as long as I can hold my breath. All right, I didn't spend that full time looking at it. I guess I can't look at it anymore. She's clearly taken off her wetsuit and dumped the oxygen here. Why would that be? It's her wetsuit. It's got her name on it. So that's the suit that got flown in for her. So did she meet up with someone here? She's taken off the wetsuit and the oxygen. There were weeds, yes. The tank didn't look broken. It just looked like weeds. Wetsuit and oxygen tank on rocks. C and D carved on the rock wall. Yeah, that was more mention of Camillo. But he doesn't seem to be involved in this, does he? Maybe he does. I mean, she was sleeping with him the previous night. Did they go together? And did he kill her? And he's just pretending to be innocent. I think we might want to reread what he said about we might want to reread what he said about her wetsuit, because there it was. And I'm trying to remember now what he said about ordering her wetsuit. He says, I opened I opened the diving school around 9:30. She wanted to test out her new gear. Chill out, so I let her take my boat. She knows her way. I wanted to go with her, but I had, well, stuff to deal with. Then when we asked about her dive, he said, not a clue where she is, but she'll be fine. Even though she went to the cave, she's the best diver. I would have liked to have gone too, because I need to clear my head. I've got a lot on my plate. Bonita was pissed. Diana and me are making this video. I got her to calm down a bit before she went to work, but got to deal with it all when the video is done. I want to finish up here. Okay. It's just weird that she would go here, but maybe she did want to go look at memories, but we know she was sleeping with him and he's not admitting it. Or she was sleeping with Bonita for all we know, but probably she was sleeping with Camilo. All right, well, we take another dive to look at that later, but for now, let's head over to the police station after our next break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, it looks like everyone's having an alibi except Camillo. So we're starting to narrow in on Camillo. I guess that's what this shift is telling us, that on the day when Diana died, Bonita was working the afternoon shift. Actually, she wasn't working the morning shift, so she could have been there. This doesn't really help tell us. I don't really understand this, how this helps us, to be honest. All right, let's do our last location, and then we've got questions to look at. We don't know how she died. Uh actually, it was interesting because we were told that she didn't look consistent with drowning. The body, you've seen drowned corpses, but there's no foam. It's uninjured, and there's no sign that her death was the result of an attack, but it's also not foaming. That seems like frog poison to me. It feels like they poisoned her. She went with Camillo. This is my theory. She went with Camillo to this cave to have sex, and the when she put on her wetsuit, she got poisoned. She put on something that gave her poisoning. Okay, and then maybe Camillo just panicked when she died. That's my theory. But let's do this first. Okay, so here's our police station. This is our last location where we're going to do some research on someone. Although the Cubadan police station won't meet anyone's idea of security standards, it won't be easy to access the station's computer system without being noticed, especially if you don't have the required authorization and login details. This is where it matters what you did when you spoke with Larry Winder. If you stole his wallet, if you drugged him, if you did nothing. So if we stole his wallet, maybe we could log in, I guess. But we did nothing. Don't like the sound of that at all. You're standing directly in front of the station when Larry Winder comes through the door. Thinking quickly, you conjure up some wild goose chase that will get him to check out the other side of the island. Of course, the bulky police officer decides to follow up on your lead. I'd best close up here first. The other officers have already headed out. While he's leaning forward, you lift his wallet and badge from his back pocket. Unfortunately, Larry swings back around so suddenly, he elbows you in the face. You react quickly and manage to tuck his wallet into your pocket, but your eye hurts and is now really watery. As Larry pulls away in his car, you open the door with one hand and slip into Larry's office. Okay. We get rid of the other cards at the police station. He'll definitely have written his password down somewhere. Where would that drunken idiot have kept it? You'll have to think outside the box so you can put yourself in Larry's mind. All players must keep a hand over one eye until you have found the password for Larry's computer. If you find it, you get a star. If someone takes their hand away from their eye, you don't get the star. I definitely have written his password down somewhere. Where could that have drunken idiot have kept it? All right, so now on this image, like this is all we have. Let's zoom in. Everyone, I hope, has their hand over their eye while they're doing this. This is making it very hard for me to see, to be honest. There's my glasses. Maybe that'll help. I mean, what does it say? We don't get the star if we take our hand away? I don't get it. It is a code. We'll have to think outside the box. It's on the box. It's on the box. It's on the box. On the box. It's gonna be on the box. Let's look at the back of the box. He must have written it down somewhere. Could it be here? Like 3, 4? Could it be these dots? No, he would have written it down. Let me see. I'm trying to do it so we could both see it. Can we see the box? Why don't I show you the box better while I go to the website? This is ridiculous, but okay, that's what we're doing. Let's go and Rapture, enter codes. This is police station 59. So let's say what format it wants. What is the password for the police computer? Okay, so he's written it down. Is it here? Yes, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it right there. Good cop 427. Okay. Good cop 247. Okay. Good cop 247. Good cop 247. Success. Okay. My eyes are not good enough for such games. Of course, that old fool wrote down his password, just not quite where you would have expected. The police database is now available to you, and you can quickly check a few names. Take envelope 13, and you get a star. Well, I'm very happy to have that star. That's why we went to all that trouble, because we care about the stars. I'm a little worried about our score on this one. We do get envelope 13. There's only one envelope we haven't seen then, which I think I can live with. There's our police station. That seems like we're done with all the locations and we just have this left. All right, it's giving us a little bit of information, including about Camillo. Okay, let's see what we got here now. All right. Becca James is an American tax evader in the United States of America. Outstanding arrest warrant dating from 10/1/21. Wanted for alleged fraud and bribery. Estimated damages $40 million. Camilo Martinez. Arrested for selling narcotics, detained overnight, fined $100. Arrested for selling narcotics, detained overnight. Arrested for selling narcotics, released due to lack of evidence. See file attachments 14 through 29 for further arrests. I don't know what that means. We don't have access to that. Rolando Rodriguez, the father, arrested for assault and battery against John McCarthy and Evan Smith in the Copa del Sol bar. According to Mr. Rodriguez's statement and eyewitness reports, the physical assault was connected with sexuality of the two male victims. Mr. Rodriguez was detained overnight due to high levels of alcohol in his blood. Court refrained from giving him a prison sentence, instead sentenced him to 300 hours of community service. Okay, this doesn't really help us, although it makes clear that this guy is a petty dealer. And this woman is an international multi-million-dollar drug smuggling mastermind tax evader. So this is our criminal we should worry about. Let's see if there's anything about her We saw her in the waiting room, and can we give her an alibi? So at 10:20 a.m., they were to meet. If she did meet at 10:20, would that give her enough time to be the murderer? Because no one, I think she might have been poisoned in her wetsuit. But did everyone have access to the wetsuit? What does Camillo say about the wetsuit? When we ask about Diana, his answers are vague and evasive. Hmm. Okay, let's read this part. He's surprised that she's ordering the wetsuit. He says, Perez came, was making a fuss. He got a seaplane to deliver a blue wetsuit here. Some top designer thing with her name and the colors on it. That's what we saw in the cave. He says, I got the wetsuit. It came by a separate plane, safely stashed away. But that's not right, because we saw it in the cave. So what does that mean? He's lying? He's lying to it, right? He's lying about it. Because we've seen the wetsuit in that cave. And he says, I've got the wetsuit safely stashed away. But why? Why is he lying about that? Or do you think that she could have gotten it on her own? They just fetch it themselves. If Diana's people needed something, they fetch it themselves. Maybe my diving inspector. Oh, this is not the diving inspector. This is the owner. And he says, go talk to Camillo. And then we get to Camillo. 7:30 a.m. Okay, so I guess he's not saying that he's saying the owner's saying I put her suit away, and then maybe 7:30 she came and got it. She wanted to test out her new gear and chill out, so I let her take my boat. Okay, so maybe no one was lying about the suit. He's saying now it's 7:30 she came and took the suit, and he let her have her boat. And then he takes us to it. Let's read that more carefully. It's a difficult route. He's happy to take us to the cave. He's concerned about her. he says there's a cave system you can swim through if you're a competent diver. When the tide rises, we've got to get back. The current gets so strong it will pull you out of the caves. But we know she didn't drown. And then we go in. We know it gets cold. But we know she didn't drown. So she would have had to die in that cave some other way, but she's not injured. It would make sense that she would get poisoned by the suit that got flown in. All right, we're going to take another look at the dive again. We're looking for some evidence of someone messing with the suit, or some cause of death, or some item on the rocks belonging to someone. But the best motive would be for Becca James to have put something that would kill her, like the frog poison, because she stumbled onto the smuggling. Okay, here we go. Ready? Let's see what it says. It says, see if you can work out what's going on within these 3 dives. Work out what's going on. All right, let's look at the questions, because that's what we're supposed to do when we get down to the last card, which we have. When you reach this card, finish playing through all the locations, which we've done. Make our decisions. We need these 3 questions. How could Diana have died, given that there are no obvious signs of an attack? Who had access to the murder weapon? Who would have been able to prepare the crime yesterday? There's only one possible perpetrator once you have worked it out. Okay, so someone has, I think we've stumbled on the basic right idea at the diving school, right? They got her special wetsuit. They stowed it away the previous night. And he says, If Diana's people needed something, they fetch it themselves. So Diana's people would have had access to plant something in the suit, which I think is what they did. They planted something in her special suit, which she then brought into this cave. I think she put it on or planned to put it on, and it killed her. I think it means the poison. The schedule, I don't understand. Nope, no one is. You're not. The schedule, good catch. No, I don't get it. Maybe that's why we need the employee schedule for the previous night. It's an interesting, I guess. I don't really see how, but okay. Maybe you're trying to say it had to happen the previous night. So when would she have done it? Like here? Is this the question? Like, would this be the alibi if Bonita had to be working here? Then she couldn't have done it? Then she couldn't have done it, right? Then she couldn't have done it. Probably we're going to find Bonita working here, I'm guessing. Working hours, max 20 hours per week. So 5 hours, 9, 13. So she's got plenty of hours to work. Bella doesn't want the late shift on Tuesday, which is what we care about. Doesn't want to work the same day as Lillian. Won't work on the same day as Ines. This feels very odd to me that we would work this out just to give her an alibi, but I guess we should. But I don't feel like this is enough to solve this. I feel like it's pointless to solve this. I think we're just going to get her as an alibi because she doesn't really have access to the shop. But okay, regardless, I guess I'll figure this out anyway. But these are our constraints. Bella doesn't want to work the late night shift on Tuesday, so no Bella here. This is the only place we really care about. So it's not Bella here, but now we've got 4 other people it could be. She doesn't want to work the same date as Leanne. Who also doesn't want to work at the same date as Inez. And then it says just check working hours or max 20 hours. Five, 9, 13. That gives Bonita plenty of time to work whenever she wants. I don't see how this is a unique enough constraint. Okay, stop. Stop what you're doing. Stop talking about the poison frog that I already think is the cause. But what about this? Questions or to swap shifts. There's no phone icon, but are we supposed to understand that there's a way to... Oh, I thought there was a place for phone calls. Miller mentions Bonita was at the diving school the day before, causing problems. Okay, I don't see that. I don't know where that is. Maybe you can shed some light about what you're talking about. Let's see if Bonita says anything else about her schedule. We noticed the schedule. We checked the message. It's not his phone number. Of course it's not. It's not relevant to us. The question is, this is confusing me. I feel like this is not important because it's either going to give her an alibi to rule her out or it's not, but it doesn't really help us blame her. But why does this, there must be something about this puzzle I'm not understanding. I suppose it might tell us that a couple of these people already have maxed out their hours. I guess I have to add all these up. It's just weird that we're having to spend so much time on this when we want to be spending time on solving the cause of the problem. It's very bizarre. But here is mention about Bonita. Let's see. She's the best diver. I need to clear my head. Bonita was here yesterday. She was pissed because I'm spending so much time with Diana, as if I would give up on the baby. Well, that's a good point. So we know Bonita was there sometime yesterday, but we don't know when. It doesn't really help us here. I guess it means Bonita wasn't here or here, but we just care if she's here. I mean, she could be at one of these, but not the other. Okay, Inez had 4 hours plus 5 hours is 9 plus 7 is 16. That means she would only do she could only do a 4-hour shift, so she couldn't be here because this is such a long shift. Okay, what about Miranda? 7 hours, 11 hours, 15 hours. She can't be here. Okay, Bella is 7 plus 5 is 12. So she could be here. But she doesn't want to work late night shift on Tuesday, so she wouldn't be here. And Liliana is 7, 12. So she could be here. But she doesn't want to work on the same shift as Inez. Yeah, I know. Okay. Boy, channel's going off the rails here. The only thing this can do is tell us if Bonita had an alibi because she was working the late shift. So it's telling us, I guess, that she couldn't have done it, but it only gives her the alibi to midnight. So why couldn't she have come by after midnight? And it may have something to do with the diving school hours after 8 p.m. It's just the staff. So she would have had to get there before 8 p.m. But we already know she showed up at some time. But he says he got the suit at 6 p.m. So actually, it couldn't have been there. Couldn't have been before 6 p.m. So once we prove that Bonita is working here, that's her alibi. And it sure feels like that we should be able to put uniquely Bonitas here, but this is, we've had a lot of puzzles that were straightforward, and this one feels like it's a lot of work. Seven plus 8 is 15, so it can't be Miranda. It's just exceedingly large amount of work for something that my brain is screaming to us is not important. Liliana has 7 plus 5 is 12 plus something else, so it could be Liliana. And then Bella, I figured out it couldn't be. She won't take the late night shift on Tuesday. How does she even get in there? Because we weren't told when she showed up, so we don't know if she showed up between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. That's why we need to alibi her. Seven plus 5 is 12. Plus 4 is 16, so it can't be Inez. Miranda, Bella, Lillian, Inez. Miranda, Bella, Lillian, Inez. Okay, so it could be Bonita. So the only other person that can take that spot, if it's not Bonita, is Lillian. So I guess the game is telling us if we assume it's Lillian, then we know that Inez couldn't have been working these 2 slots. And Bella could be working these 2 slots because Bella doesn't work here. So if William is here, then it can't be Bella or Inez. So no Bella, no Inez in these 2 spots. So that would have to put Miranda and Bonita covering these 2 slots. Bonita has plenty of time. So why can't we just say that Bonita does both of these slots? Or Miranda. Probably if we hadn't been playing for 6 hours, this wouldn't be so painful, but I'm feel like I'm working on my last nerve and the channel is being not so helpful. There's only 2 people who can go here, Lillian and our girl Bonita. We want to say it has to be Bonita because that's her alibi. So we know what we want. The problem is if I put Lily in here, I don't know why I can't make this work with Lillian. Why doesn't that work just fine with Lillian and then a combination of Bonita and Miranda working here? Has one of them filled up all their slots? Is that it? 7 plus 8 is 15. So Miranda's at 15, which is fine. She can work one of these 5-hour slots. And Bonita can work the other slot. And then what? I have to calculate this? What's happening? No, 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 no. This is what we're doing now. This is the kind of puzzle I like. It's just 6 hours and my brain is not wanting to spend so much time on something and it's making me forget all of the important stuff we have to figure out. Okay, let's go to the hints. And no, let's go to the hints. Envelope 4. We can't have the game ruined because we're spending 3 hours dealing with this. It's important to figure out when Bonita was working at the salsa club. Start by writing down how many hours each woman could work this week. This will help you. Okay, we've done all that. Bonita worked from 5 p.m. to midnight on November 2nd. Okay, so it's just confirmed exactly what we expected it to confirm, that she had to work here, which is her alibi. It's just for some reason, it's so bizarre that we've got these other puzzles that were all way overly constrained. And this one, I cannot get it to constrain easily. Okay. The game seems the only one without access point. Okay, that's a whole totally different. Totally different. Okay. Debbie says, if Lillian worked Tuesday... Okay, if Lillian worked Tuesday, at least Debbie is playing the game. Debbie says, Lillian is... There are only two people who can do here, Bonita or Lillian. And Debbie is saying, if Lillian worked Tuesday, Inez would have to work Monday. And why is that? No comment. I don't understand that, but okay. It's either, I guess it's either Bonita Lillian or Lillian Bonita, because those are the only people who have time. So if it's Lillian here and Bonita here, I still don't understand why Miranda... I don't understand it. If Lillian works here, then we know it can't be Inez or Bella. So these two spots can't be Inez or Bella. But why can't they be Bonita and Miranda and Bonita and Inez or whatever? All right. Wow. What a way to end. It's not helping. If Lillian is here, yes, it's true that she won't work on the same day as Bella or Inez. So Bella or Inez can't be here. But we still have Bonita, who can be working in one of them, and Miranda, who can be working on the other one. Maybe the point is that if Lillian works here, Bonita has to take two shifts. She has to take a shift here, and she has to take a shift here. So that might explain it. That the only Lillian and Bonita can take these 7-hour shifts. So the point is that if Bonita is working 5, 9, 13, if Bonita is working 13 hours and she's forced to work here for 7, then she can't also work here. So it must be that she's working this shift and the other two are working this shift. And then Lillian is working here and someone else here. Okay. So that's it. It's that if Lillian works here, Bonita must work at one of these two and must work here because only Lillian and Bonita can work these. So the reason it doesn't work is because if Lillian works, Bonita has to work one of here and here. And when you add those up, Bonita can't be working here and here. Okay. So we've resolved that thing, which we knew was going to be the answer and has totally distracted us for a half an hour from working on it. Okay. So that's it. It's not that Miranda, well, okay, that's done. Now let's get back to the actual game. So the point that some people were making was the details about the frog poison. All right, so learning about the frog poison again. 20 minutes after skin contact, strong burning pain. Shortly thereafter, muscle paralysis, cessation of breathing, and cardiac arrest. Our specimens, always freshly caught, lose their poison after only a week in your terrarium. And we saw the picture showing the frogs, and we know they were there buying animals possibly only a couple days ago. So the frogs are still poisonous. And Becca James had access to the diving shop. Maybe we even heard about her being in town earlier. I don't know. I don't remember. So we think she put the frog in the suit, or the poison in the frog suit. It gets in through the contact with the skin, enters the bloodstream through open pores or micro injuries of the skin. So it seems like you could just put it anywhere. Maybe in the pin, maybe that pin she had on the Nia also had access. That's a good point. How do we know it wasn't Nia? The text messages seemed to suggest that she was talking to the father, didn't it? Or the girl, James. The money's been sent. I sent you the info. She hasn't made a will. I manage her schedule. I think it's best you don't leave it long if you want to do something. Diana secretly married her on the boat. So whoever she's talking to, it's not Becca James. You can't trust the sailor. Okay, well, Becca James is the sailor, so we know all that. So who is she talking about? The father, maybe. You're the heir. They'll be convinced their marriage is binding. Becca insisted they get married on the boat straight away. But she says the marriage won't hold up in court. She's the boss. It's her boat. I think it's best you don't leave it long. But on the yacht, who has access to the frogs? I mean, here's the frogs, and there's Nia. Is this a frog in this jar? Was there a frog in there? We need to reread this? She's drunk. The engine is messed up. We see the cocaine that they're smuggling. Beck is already in the repair shop. So we know she died of frog. I think it was the pin on the chest. Hey, you know what? Is that pin like, where's that? Where's the father? No, the father doesn't have a pin. But I think the pin may have punctured her, and that's how the poison got in. Who had access to the murder weapon? So it's either Beckett James or Nia. That's why it doesn't even matter what Bonita's alibis were. She got killed by frog poison. So it's either Nia or Becca. They both have access to the frogs. Is there some reason why Becca James didn't have time to do it? How do we know? We've got Nia's notes on her phone. She seems very suspicious. How do we know it's not her? There's something we must be missing. Either an alibi for Becca James or for Nia. One of them must have an alibi. Is it possible that Nia is doing the smuggling? I manage her schedule so can probably slow things up a little. All the same, it's best you don't leave it long if you want to do something. The money's been sent. Keep me updated. You'll get the rest of the money when you get to Cubados. You're probably still the heir at the moment. Then I'm out. I'll be there in 4 to 5 days. Then I'm out. I've given you all the info you paid for. Okay, so she's just selling info. She's not a murderer. She's just selling info. And I think the father just wants the info about where they're going to be, slow them down. She hasn't made a will yet. He wants the info because he's going to try to convince her not to get married. So that's it. It's not Nia. It's not Nia. She's just selling info. She's not killing anyone. She's the boss. It's her boat. That's it. She's just selling info. What they said about the dive shop is any of the staff of Diana could have gotten access, he said. So Nia would count as staff, I guess, but Becca James would be the real person who would have access. All right, I'm ready to accuse Becca James. We assumed it was Camilla at the lighthouse and Nia was trying to replace the lavender pillow who didn't know where it was. Becca could have been at the lighthouse with Diana the night before. Becca could have been at the lighthouse. I don't know what you're talking about Nia trying to replace the lavender pill. The poison is on the pin, could have given her the pin at the lighthouse. No, we're told the poison and the setup happened the night before. I don't really understand why we're ruling out Naya and the father. I'm ruling out Naya because she's clearly saying, I'm selling you information. She's not. She's obviously has no personal reason to, she has no personal reason to kill Diana. My point is she's already trying to get a little money to let someone in to the super fan. She's selling him information. I've given you all the info you paid for. So she's clearly not an assassin. She's like a low-level employee. She's not murdering anyone for money. And on the other hand, Becca James is an international multi-million-dollar criminal, and she's the one smuggling stuff. So she has the motive. It can only be two people on the boat with the frog access. So it can only be Becca James or Nia. And Nia has no motive. She's not being paid to kill her. I do think it's possible we assumed it was Camilla at the lighthouse. Nia was trying to replace the lavender. Replacing lavender pillow. I can't follow that. But it could have been anyone she was sleeping with. And probably you're right. Probably it wasn't Camillo, but Becca James. I guess that's irrelevant. Rob says, I'm unclear how she had access to the suit. Okay, let's just read the suit thing again, because what he says is that you could access, after 8 p.m., it's just staff. He says, but if Diana's people need something, they can fetch it themselves. So I think what they're saying is maybe between 6 and 8 p.m., anyone from Diana's staff could have gone in. Nia would have known about the lavender pillow scent at the lighthouse if she had been there. I don't understand that. I mean, I guess I don't understand. I don't understand it. I mean, yes, there's the lavender pillow, but I don't understand. I don't even know how to comment on that. I don't know that Nia didn't know the scent. I don't know how that's relevant about anything. I just don't get it. I don't think it even matters anymore who was with her at the lighthouse. That is awfully confusing. Nia mentioned she needed to replace the pillow while on the phone call. Yeah, but that's weeks ago on the phone call. Or do you mean that on the yacht that we heard her talking about the... Okay. All right. I think it's time. I think it's time. I think it's overload. All right. Let's answer these questions here. How could she have died given that there are no obvious signs? We need a star for figuring out what happened in the cave, says Debbie. Diana stripped off her wetsuit after the poison started causing her skin to burn. Later on, she died and the tide washed her away. I like this idea. I think Debbie's summarized it well. If Becca was with Diana at the lighthouse, she wouldn't have been at the dive shop. We don't really know the hours that they were at the lighthouse, right? So we really don't know that. You're saying they slept overnight. I think that's a good point. If Becca was with Diana at the lighthouse overnight and they had the sleeping bags, then it couldn't be Becca. But I think our original conclusion was that she was sleeping with Camillo, and I think that might still be right. So I think that would leave Becca free and maybe have Becca have more of a motive if she caught her sleeping around on her. Unless we have some other place where we can prove that Becca was there, I don't think we could use that information. And only Becca and Nia had access to the frogs. All right, so how did she die? We're all in agreement that she died with poison frogs that were spread on the suit. Maybe the pin got through the suit. So Debbie says we should be getting a sticker for figuring out the scene, although there's no right or wrong answer. Who had access to the murder weapon? Okay, so we've decided that only Becca James and Nia Walker would have had access to the frog, and I'm claiming that it can't be Nia because of the phone calls show she's clearly not a killer. Who would have been able to prepare the crime yesterday? This sounds like the same answer. We have no information on Nia's whereabouts, I don't think. Becca James, we have a little bit of alibi. A little bit of sign that she was at a meeting. Hold on a second. Where is the schedule? Not that schedule, but this schedule. Yeah, I don't think this helps us. All right. It doesn't really help us. All right, I think we're ready here. Let's go to the solution. All right. Masters. Do we really have to do it this way and type in a 50-character URL? Can't I just go to menu, Rapture, solution? Okay. When you've drawn all the cards, you can close the case. Go through all the evidence and clues again. Check the motives and alibis. If you're sure you can identify one perpetrator, press the button below to proceed with solving the case. Don't worry, if you make a mistake, you can look at the clues again. All right, we're going to try to solve the case. And if we get it wrong, then we're going to take a deep breath. Who's responsible? Becca James. All right. And then we scroll down without it freaking out. And we click next. And if we're wrong, then we're going to take a break and reevaluate. Okay. So we got it right. You solve the case, you get 3 stars. That's all it asked us. All right, let's give ourselves the 3 stars. Then we'll read this nice, generous epilogue even though I'm a bit on tilt here. Probably we shouldn't have tried to play it all in one session. Okay. Only a true criminal could have solved this crime. Thanks to your investigation, Becca James was convicted as the perpetrator. Congratulations. While Larry Winder sipped pineapple cocktails, you questioned the people around Diana, followed clues, and were ultimately able to solve her mysterious death. Not only did you prevent an international investigation from coming to your island, you also gave Larry Winder the success of his life. He solved a murder in a few hours without even ever investigating. Yesterday afternoon, Diana stormed off the yacht after a fateful argument with her partner Becca James and has been missing ever since. But why did the two, who were married by the captain of the yacht just a few days ago, argue? As you found out, Diana had an ambivalent relationship with her homeland of Barbados. When she cut ties with her scheming father a few years ago, she vowed to turn her back on the island, but Becca convinced her to come to terms with her past and give her home a second chance. What Diana didn't know when she sailed to the Caribbean on Becca's yacht was Becca's plans for her weren't romantic in the least. When she arrived on Barbados, Diana suffered so much that she wanted to leave the island. The hope for support from her beloved partner did not materialize. Diana realized that Becca wanted to use her as the face of a new Caribbean cruise tour company. Together with Amato Perez, Becca James had been planning to capitalize on her friend's fame for a long time. Disappointed, Diana eventually separated from Becca after an argument. As in her youth, the pop star found refuge and comfort in the arms of Camillo, as we surmised. Her childhood sweetheart spent the night with her in the abandoned lighthouse. That is what we thought we figured out. Becca James, on the other hand, saw her last hope slipping away. After her bankruptcy, the unsuccessful entrepreneur found herself with her financial back against the wall. So she not only planned Diana tours to Barbados, but also cocaine smuggling business in Central and South America on board her cruise ships. The white gold would be transported inconspicuously and safely. But in order to make these plans possible, she needed the financial support of Amato Perez. He only worked with her because of her relationship with Diana. Becca needed Diana to make money, but Diana had evaded her. What could the cold-hearted entrepreneur do to get more financial resources? A thought occurred to her. As a wife, Becca was entitled to Diana's millions. If she died, Diana's death just couldn't be traced back to her. So Becca went to the diving club between 6 and 8 p.m. in the chaos of preparations for the planned video shoot. She snuck over to Diana's newly delivered diving equipment. She poisoned the wetsuit with the poison of the frogs that they had taken illegally from Colombia a few days ago. On Thursday, Diana would wear this suit while filming the video. The frog's poison would paralyze her muscles and she would die while diving. Everything would look like a tragic diving accident. But Diana decided to go diving alone on Wednesday morning. Wearing the poisoned suit, she headed to Loner's cave. It was already too late for the pop star by the time she reached the grotto. When she noticed the pain on her skin from the poison, she took off her suit, but the poison was already taking effect. Diana died in the grotto, and her body was later washed out of the cave with the tide, carried around the island by the currents. When the fishermen found her, she had already been dead for several hours. You know all the facts and have collected all the evidence, but do you really want to present Larry with the full truth? Draw card 5 and read it. Okay, so we have our finale stuff here. Now that you've solved the case, there's one more task to complete. Inform Larry Winder. Of course, you'd really like to sweep it all under the rug or go back in time and prevent it from ever happening. Neither of those things are possible. Tomorrow, Diana won't be turning up for her video shoot. But if there's no explanation for her disappearance by then, the police will be overrun with search teams, special units until tomorrow morning. So you need to come up with one. Of course, as a precaution, you stop the work going on in the kitchen so they can't directly pin anything on you if there's an investigation. Obviously, the simplest thing to do would be give him the truth, but this could also be a good opportunity to get rid of someone who could cause you problems in the future. Larry will believe anything you tell him, and it won't take you that long to conjure up some evidence. Which version of events would you like to give Larry? The truth or frame someone for the crime? I don't understand how this helps us. First of all, it's saying she's not going to show up, so she's dead. You need to come. It says, if there's no explanation for her disappearance, the place will be overrun. So you need to come up with an explanation for her disappearance. The simplest thing would be to tell this guy the truth. But you could get rid of someone who could cause you problems in the future. Okay, so we're not going to stop them from doing this big investigation. It's just we could get rid of someone. But who are we going to get rid of? Only the fishermen know that we've hid the bodies. Why would we benefit from framing anyone else? We are a criminal. I'm not objecting to framing someone, but who's our enemy? Don't we want, I guess we could keep Becca James as a contact and a drug smuggler. So there's a motive to keep Becca James. But who are we framing? The father? Amado Perez? How does that benefit us? How does that benefit us, though? It only benefits us because we have our contact with the drug dealer. I guess we want our contact with the drug dealer. She knows how to sell drugs to Colombia. We probably shouldn't try to frame Amado because he knows. Doesn't he know what Becca James is doing? It's not completely clear. All right, let's try to frame someone. Debbie says, but wait, she was smuggling cocaine without our permission. I'd have thought it would be good to get rid of her. I mean, we don't have Colombian contacts. I don't know if we want them. This feels like we should frame someone. All right, we don't have to decide yet who to frame. Let's just frame someone. Card 7. Oh, that looks like the right decision. Becca James has proved herself to be cold-blooded and is fixated on making herself rich. That's exactly what you're looking for in a business partner. In fairness, that's what we said. We wanted to partner with her. That's why we're not telling the truth. When the investigation into Diana's death is ended, and that should be very soon with the evidence you're providing, you'll chat with Becca about how she can repay her debt to you. You're planning for the Nevada to spend a few more years smuggling cocaine across the Caribbean Sea, but this time it'll be to line your pockets. It'll be easy enough to find a pawn to frame. Okay, and then we get 3 stars, which could make all the difference in the world, us getting a good score. It's pretty good. You can't do that much better than that. And now we get to get rid of 6, but 8 still stays with us. And now we go to the ending too, huh? Okay, who do you want to frame for Becca's crime? All right, we've already gotten the points. So this is kind of just for fun. Who do you guys want to frame? It feels like we should frame Nia, doesn't it? Like she was doing some low-key bad stuff. She seems like she's got no information that could harm us. Like, we're not going to frame this reporter. We're not going to frame this guy. He's got too many connections and knowledge. This guy was a good guy. He knows about our drug dealing. I don't think we should mess with him. This guy seems powerful. He's dangerous. This girl never gave us any trouble. I think it's Nia Walker. I think Nia Walker. The girl who was selling information out. She was selling out our girl, Diana. She was up to no good. She's an alcoholic. Yeah, she's the right one. She had access to the murder weapon. She is the one we can frame successfully. Here we go. Of course, that idiot Larry immediately believes you when you tell him the lie about the beleaguered assistant getting rid of her tormentor, Diana. Nia Walker means nothing to you. She's unimportant to your future plans. That's why she's the perfect pawn to sacrifice. While she's in prison, you have the opportunity to build a business relationship with the real perpetrator. She'll continue to smuggle your cocaine for years and never earn as much as she hopes for. The drug trade in Cubados will flourish. Your lack of conscience makes you the best cartel boss in the Caribbean. But what about the others? Who else deserves to be punished? This is still your island, and a legal system headed by Larry Winder is too weak to draw the necessary conclusions. What should happen to the other suspects? Okay, Camillo. Promote him in your cartel, leave him in his lackey position, or punish him for his infidelity to Bonita. Well, he can't be trusted, but I say we just leave him there. He's doing fine. He doesn't know anything. He can't hurt us. Let's just leave him, yeah? Let me put this up so we can all agree it. All right, are we all okay with this? Just leave him where he is. All right, as soon as you see someone, you can say what you want to do, but we're going to leave him where he is. Okay, who's next? Okay, Rolando Rodriguez. This was the father of the dead Diana. Build a business relationship, drive him off the island, or publicly discredit him. I'm not sure about this guy. Anyone else have a strong opinion? What is he involved in? He just wants his money from her. He's not a big deal. Publicly discredit him. If he questions the death, no one will believe him. All right, I like it. Let's do it. Let's discredit him. No one will believe anything he says. I like it. Okay, now we have Amado Perez. We can help him promote tourism, become his cocaine supplier, or make his life on the island a living hell. I feel like the first one is our best cover story. Or did we say we didn't want tourism on the island because the tourism won't want cocaine smuggling? I don't think we want to promote tourism, but we could supply him cocaine and get information on him. Let's become his supplier. Yeah, that'll give us some leverage over him. Okay, now the tough one. disappear her. Oh my God. All right. So we can feed her false information. We can disappear her, or we can bribe her. Okay, she's not going to get bribed. She's not going to take a bribe. I think disappearing a reporter is a good way to get caught. Then we open up a whole new murder investigation. No, we can't disappear her. We're just going to give her false information. She's too innocent. She's going to believe it if we feed her false information. Disappear her. Look at you guys want to just disappear her. That's a good way for us to get caught. Everyone knows she was on this island investigating this case. If we disappear her, they're going to assume there's something else going on. No, feed her more false information. That's the only option for us. Because you framed Nia for the murder, you can't choose anything here. I guess it was going to be how do we deal with Nia? All right, Bonita. What do we want to do about her? Tell her about Carmelo's betrayal. Give her financial support and advise her to break up with Carmelo, or keep the truth to yourself and hope she'll be happy with her family. All right, well, I'm curious what the chat thinks we should do here. Let's see how you guys handle this one. I'm curious to hear what you guys want to do here. Rob says, keep the truth to ourselves. Buddha Bella says, keep the truth to myself. Jamie says, if she becomes famous now that Diana is gone and Camilla is connected to us, it could be bad. I say tell her the truth. Debbie says, I'm okay with any of these. Speaking personally, I'd probably hide the truth. Yeah, as I see it, it's none of our business, and we don't want to get this woman angry at Camillo. Although, I guess if she's angry at him, yeah, I don't think this is any of our business. And why are we going to give her money? It's not our baby. Keep the truth. The two of them will be happy together. All right, here we go. As far as Camillo goes, you're not particularly interested in your errand boys, and this case is no different. The fact you had to find out so much about Camillo's private life disgusts you. Hopefully, over the next few years, you'll forget all the details you learned about Camillo during the investigation. Although you don't intend to resort to violence, simply letting Rolando live happily ever after is not an option for you. You learned early on how destructive malicious gossip can be. After you spread all of Rolando's unpleasant secrets, you won't have any more friends on Cubados. As far as a motto, nobody believes the politician's squeaky clean image. Once you've got a taste for cocaine and prostitutes at parties, you'll never party any other way again. On his next party, you provide the goods, after which it will be easy to manipulate the politician for your purposes. That was our plan. Now, as far as Emma, the journalist is so eager to write a good story, she certainly never doubts the veracity of each interview. You'll ensure Emily only finds dishonest people to talk to throughout Cubados. You don't let such a small spotlight bother you. As far as Bonita, you make sure that Bonita doesn't find out about her partner's wrongdoings. What for? Well, Diana's dead and can no longer get in the way of the couple. The expectant mother no longer needs to worry about Diana. Becca James has already taken care of her problem. It's all decided. Draw card 8 to see your final score. All right, the final card. Here it is. All right, so what was our score? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26, 27. So we are in the top S tier here. Ruler of the Caribbean. Soon you won't just reign over Cubados, but over the whole of the Caribbean. And who knows, with talents like yours, maybe the whole world. So I need to fix that button. All right. Well, we did it. We won. We got the best score. I won't say it was without some frustrations, some self-induced. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? We'll come back. We'll talk about it briefly. We'll rank it with the other Masters of Crime. I want to hear your thoughts. I'll do my normal apologies for going on tilt. All right, so 5 minutes. We'll come back and talk about the game. I'll see you then. Well, we're back. 6 hours 45 minutes. I think towards the end there, I was reaching the end of my capacity here. We have played longer live streams, but maybe because it was Sunday and I wasn't sure about the time length, probably we would have been well advised to split that into 2 shorter streams. At the end there, we got a puzzle that's the kind of puzzle I normally like, those constraint satisfaction puzzle, but it just hit at the wrong time. I think overall, I really did like this game. I liked the setting a lot. I liked the basic story quite a bit. And I liked some pieces of it. The documents, in particular, the map, I really enjoyed. It's always nice to have a map overview of the whole place. It was used a couple places. It had this clever little body drifting. And then this map was a little bit interesting. And then this puzzle, which was odd in that it was a very cool layout, but it was overdetermined. It was kind of weird in terms of most things were very easy. Not too many puzzles in this game, more internet than normal. And then on the other hand, we got that one constraint puzzle that came at a bad time. So I think maybe, I mean, I did like this. I love this series. I love the epilogue ending choosing stuff. That's my favorite part, perhaps. I don't think we needed all of the internet stuff here. We didn't need as much of it as we got. I think most of the problems with this game, we encountered a couple weird cases, but it feels like sometimes we play games and when we finish, we say we had a great time, but maybe we got lucky in the pacing and the order we did things. And I feel like maybe this case was the opposite. I feel like maybe we encountered things in an odd order that made more trouble than it would otherwise give us. Like having that puzzle, having to find the alibi for Bonita, which was a weird puzzle, and we hit it when I was sort of tired, but also it felt totally irrelevant because we knew she didn't have access to the frog poison, so by the time we were solving that puzzle, it was just felt like going through the motions. And it did feel like there were loose ends or red herrings that were a little rough on us to tie up. And at the end, I think we sort of said, well, look, it can only be her. And there were other parts that maybe if we had more energy and time, we would have been able to really work through more. But in this case, we said, we know enough to guess the answer. And so we're not going to worry about like maybe some card gave us more timeline stuff for her. But there were some details that like we thought she had slept with this guy in the lighthouse, but then we weren't sure, but then we figured it doesn't really matter. And so maybe in an ideal world, we'd be able to solve those things in a slightly more satisfying version. And then there were a couple of things that felt like weren't needed in our case, weren't important, maybe more than normal, like this whole thing that we found from the journalist. I guess this was to try to help nudge us towards the Colombian cocaine smuggling, but we never really needed this stuff much. Still, all that said, I do like the series, and I like this game a lot in terms of the setting, the story, the crime, what role we play. It was different from the others. Overall, I liked it better than Incognito, but not as much as the other two. I would agree with that. I would still say this is better than Incognito in terms of a more interesting story and place, but I would rank it third from the four. Jamie says, I agree, it was better than Incognito. Incognito showed us how fun it is to take the bad option, though, so glad we played that before Rapture. Well, that's a good point. We did embrace being the bad guy here. Rob says, too much internet for my taste, but at least we didn't have to endure another session with Google Maps, though we did have to endure another session of figuring out. That was very odd. That one password, I feel like they're putting one puzzle in each of these games guaranteed to create frustration. But that was another case where if we had done those the different order, if we had found the lottery before we got to the password, we wouldn't have had all that struggle. Demi says, I didn't feel quite as much in character as a drug lord than in Vendetta or Shadows. Well, that's absolutely true. And there was a little bit of a cheat here, right? It's like you're a drug lord and now you're going to investigate this case just because you don't want cops to come to the island. It was a little... I think it might have even worked better if we weren't a drug lord, but we were like the enforcer for the drug lord trying to solve the case. But I appreciate them trying something different. Should we just glance through some of these other cards that we didn't see and see if... I would have liked some more bad guys, maybe too. Like, this bad guy was pretty harmless bad guy. He was pretty mild. And this guy wasn't really that bad a guy either, just the father. And this woman didn't seem like that much of a bad guy either, other than her killer. So I think it might have been nice if we had more people that felt dangerous to us. Maybe that's a better way to say it. I don't feel like anyone was really a threat to us. We didn't take advantage of the persona such as missing, stealing the wallet early on. Maybe we should have done that, yeah. That was a weird choice. Okay, let's see if there's any interesting cards. So there were a lot of cards we didn't see, and there were some decisions that felt like we did wrong. So, okay, so if we had done something to this guy, maybe I can zoom in a bit more. Okay, so we could have done something to him. You slip his wallet, and if he'd stolen the wallet. Oh, look, if you had drugged him, 2 stars. All right, so we got no stars for this. And then we could have gone into his office. Then he catches us. No stars for that. We could have talked to him and gotten a star for that. We asked him about his family. He tells us more about Bonita. Basically the same stuff. Another way we could have done the diving school. We still get a star. At the harbor, we could have asked the kid about his job. She looked sad. Otherwise, not much difference. Not much difference here. If we talked about the diving school. This is about the pillow. She's talking about the animals. No star, though. So this was something we never got. We never opened envelope 6. So what would this have been? If on the yacht, We could have stolen a letter. Two people are sharing the room. One side of the bed was used. Gold wedding ring. Rummage through the pile of pillows. Can't find one that smells of lavender. You call her assistant. She can't leave the wildcat on its own. She points the way off the ship rather than accompanying you. But what was this item that we never saw? What a weird card. The whole... I see. You could have found out about Emma, the writer. Emma is the best superfan. Emma is pretending to be a superfan so that she can get an interview. Weird. All right, then there's some more things about the workshop. Becca James. If we talk to her about her engine, she says, we say you're hiring bad people. This was a weird thing. The whole thing with the broken engine was odd. The lighthouse, this is talking to Emma. These are just different ways to get Emma. Salsa club. If we ask about Diana, she gets upset. Ask about her husband, we still get a star. Same answers as before. Let's see. This is if we bribe them, we would get a star. I guess we didn't get a star when we just asked for their help. But we still took it to the fisheries. They still kept us with them. We still use them. They still know about what we did. And it's kind of weird. Anyway, Vendetta. You weren't told to look at this card, you snake. At the police station, we didn't get punched in the eye here because we had his wallet. And so if we had turned in Becca, it isn't a good way to start a business. No, this is the card that we... No, we had this one. What's the difference here? So look, no matter what you do, you still get your 3 stars for the ending. It says, you'd expect from a cocaine smuggler. Isn't a good way to start a business. Becca James doesn't hold any cards she can use against you. Evidence stacked against her is overwhelming. Who would believe her if she wanted to try and drag you down with her? You'd never let a Cubadan, even someone as nasty as Rolando Rodriguez, take the fall for the sake of a woman like her. Okay, so whether you turn her in the truth or frame her, same 3 stars. All right. I still very much like this series and enjoyed this case quite a bit. Maybe it is a lesson for us in the future to break these cases up, though, into 2 parts. I agree with the audience about the ranking, so it's Shadows, Vendetta, Rapture, and then Incognito. Any final comments here? Nia's alibi was on the Larry's cards. Okay, I don't know. Working our way up to drug lord, we would have learned about diving, tides, and boats. This was fun. Good evening, everyone. Cases are a bit long to do all in one go. All right. Well, thank you for joining me. We'll have a break for a couple days. We'll probably play something this coming week. Thank you for all your help. I apologize for going on tilt a little bit, yelling at the channel. But we did it. We caught our, well, we didn't really catch our bad guy, but we solved our problem. And that's what's important in the Masters of Crime series. I'll see you all next time.